Okay, we're
That advisory committee?
going to start here. Could I have your attention, please? Good evening and welcome to the Thursday, August 12th Planning Board meeting.
September 12th.
I'm sorry, September 12th Planning Board meeting. August 12th, right. Feels like it. Could we just go around the room and introduce ourselves to the folks? Starting with Brian.
I'm Brian Rose. I'm the Planning and Zoning Administrator for the town.
Phil Devanza, Selectmen's Rep.
Yeah, please speak up and into the microphones.
The microphones don't amplify. That will be one of the problems. The microphones are really here for recording, so they're not. So we'll try to speak up, just so you know. And we're used to sort of talking across the table. Some of us may have to turn our head like this. So sorry, that's why. Though it makes noise.
Chris Nadeau.
Mark Warden.
Gala Black, Recording Secretary. Leah Walchko.
Richard Meany.
Barbara Griffin.
Brian Hanson.
John Heichel. I'll be chairing this evening's meeting. We have for the minutes for our last meeting, minutes of August 22nd. We need a vote on that. Do we have a motion?
Approve the minutes.
Motion by Richard, second by Phil. Any questions, comments on that? Let's take a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Excuse me, point of order, could you give us a synopsis of what that is that you're voting on?
I did. These are the minutes of August 22nd meeting
Oh,
of 2013.
I have
Okay? So we have a unanimous vote on that. Thank you very much.
No, I abstain.
Oh, you did abstain. Thank you. Mark abstained. We have all voting members present, all elected members present this evening. We have Phil, who's the Selectmen's Rep. Leah Walchko, our alternate, will be sitting in just for a little to make sure that we are okay. I think we'd like to go right into our first thing on the agenda this evening will be, as advertised, Plan Penardville. We can take up this other business. We have so many people here obviously speaking on this that I think we need to, I'd like to move it along if we can. As I had asked and requested, I have these pink sheets here. If you are speaking, please let us know who you are, pass them up so I can have your name, and we'll be waiting for you. There is a for or against on it. Feel free to circle that if you'd like. It just helps us out get organized. There's another sheet available that's passing around now. I know you have a petition, but if you want to sign it, you can, and that will let us know your thoughts on that. But that sheet being passed around is for those who don't plan on speaking. I'd also like to ask that we remain respectful of all the speakers, no matter their positions, which I'm sure that we will. I'd like to, because of the amount of time in this meeting and the temperature and the things that are going on here and the importance of it, I want everyone to know that they have the opportunity to speak. If you've heard something that's been said before, just appreciate it if you don't repeat it. But if you think you must say it, please feel free to do so. I won't restrict your speech in any way. But just out of courtesy, a couple minutes ought to get your message across. And I think that's it. So, would you like to do the presentation, Brian? Are you
Yep.
ready to do that for us?
Yep.
Okay.
So before I do the PowerPoint, I just want to take a few moments to introduce to everyone what this project is and to introduce the project ad hoc committee to you as well. This project came about because the town of Goffstown saw a need to focus on Pinardville's current master plan and zoning regulations. Pinardville is unique in many ways. It's got the densest population in all of Goffstown. It's got some amazing resources, such as Namaski Lake and the Goffstown Rail Trail. It's got the most businesses in Goffstown, some of which have been here for many years. It's got great proximity to the city of Manchester and to the airport. But when Pinardville was developed, it was lacking something, a plan. The town has a master plan that covers the entire town, but is not very specific to Pinardville. When the town makes improvements anywhere, we are supposed to be showing how it fits into our master plan and the goals of the master plan. As you may be aware, there is a specific plan for the Goffstown Village that was done a few years ago. I actually brought that down and just posted it right up here on our wall so that anybody who is curious about that can see that. That plan is helping to guide growth in the Goffstown Village and has been for many years already. It was adopted in 2006. Now, you also may know that we had a recession and not much has really changed in the Goffstown Village since then. But one of the goals of this project is to create a master plan for Pinardville that will guide us into the future and help us make it a more thriving village center as more people come in and want to make changes to their property. As we go throughout the evening, be thinking about what your goals for Pinardville's future may be. This plan is only the first half of the project. We call it the Pinardville Community Plan. The other half is in progress and will be presented as a zoning ordinance amendment. We call that the Character-Based Zoning Ordinance, previously known as the SMART Code. The Selectmen put together an ad hoc committee to help with this project. The committee has been instrumental so far in reaching out to the community and inviting you all to come to the Planapalooza and in reviewing the draft plan and providing comments. I'd just like to introduce the committee members, if I may. Bill Surratt is the chairman. Rosemary Gerritsen is the vice chair. Then we have community reps Dick Gamache, Cheryl Anderson, Sarah Dezained, and Robert Schaefer. Community at large, he's a community at large rep. Mark LeMay is the selectman's rep. John Heichel, the planning board rep. Stacy Buckley, now Brian Balke, is this school administrative unit 19 rep. David Bousquet, Bartlett Elementary School rep. And Andy Cataret, Economic Development Council rep. Members no longer serving include Bill Furlong from St. Anselm College, Tony Martz from Goffstown Industrial Corporation, and Jessie Lynn Tatro, a community rep. We've also had help from representatives of the City of Manchester Planning Department, the Town of Bedford Planning Department, as well as the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, and the Friends of the Goffstown Rail Trail. We've also had several town staff representatives from different departments such as Town Hall, Police, Fire, Public Works, Economic Development, and other departments providing input. I want to thank all those who helped participate in the Planapalooza and in the review of the Pinardville Community Plan. Thank you to those who spent time and provided comments. Through many meetings of the ad hoc committee, this plan has become what you see tonight. In my opinion, there have been some additions and subtractions that I did not entirely agree with, such as the removal of the Innovation District, which was an activity center that focused entirely on the St. Anselm College area. The committee also removed the drawing for the gateway at Cody's Corner, something which I did not see as a problematic element of the plan, but it was causing a lot of heartburn throughout the community due to the changes the drawing illustrated could happen if property owners supported those recommendations. The committee voted, therefore, to remove these things. I think that shows that the committee wants to see the town residents supporting the plan, and so they made some compromises that they felt might make it more palatable. There has been a lot of consideration taken to each comment given. The ad hoc committee recognized that there were some comments that could not really be addressed as it went through the list of comments. Some did not propose changes, but rather expressed a concern about who was going to pay for all of this or how the taxpayers or businesses would be affected. Some of these comments assumed that the town was going to force taxpayers or businesses to make some sort of change to their property. Most of these concerns derive from people misunderstanding the purpose of the illustrations within the plan. I assure you, this plan will not do that. As to the money needed to implement the plan, we don't have any. So again, you can rest assured that this town is not in the position to do anything with this plan at this time, nor can we utilize the power of eminent domain to further private development. But when a developer comes in and says, I want to build something, we can then say, hey, we've got this community plan that we've now adopted, and we'd just like you to take it into consideration when you are site planning on your property. This project is first and foremost a planning tool, and I ask you tonight to consider these items as you listen to the rest of the presentation. With that, I am going to move into the PowerPoint presentation just to go through what the project is and explain some of the aspects of the plan. Please, yeah, you can hit the light. That'd be great. Thank you. So to begin with, the plan started, this project started with a New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority grant of $1 million from the Housing and Urban Development Division of the federal government. New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority then created the Community Planning Grant Program. This money is for regulatory changes primarily. The first grant round provided money to up to 22 communities. First-year grant projects were up to 30,000 possible monies. One-year grant projects were up to 30,000. Two-year grant projects were up to 50,000. And a regulatory review was up to 10,000. Our application asked for the maximum two-year amount that we could be granted, and we were granted that we were awarded that amount for a two-year grant. So this is the area of the Goffstown that is in question that we submitted and wanted to study. Pinardville is in the southeast corner of Goffstown, adjacent to both Bedford and Manchester. We share common lines with both of those towns along the Pinardville border. This is a zoomed-in version of the map, and I apologize, it's not that clear, but there's a lot of parcels on there, and you can see how dense the population is based on how dark it is there. This is just a depiction of what the current zoning is with our current zoning ordinance and map. Depicts commercial and industrial zoning along the corridors of Mass Road and Daniel Plummer Road, and those things are things that would be up for consideration in the second half of the project as we go into the zoning ordinance recommendations.
Question, please.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yeah.
Brian, could I ask you to just with your pointer give some orientation to that map, because it doesn't
Yes.
have a north-south, and I always get confused when I look at it.
Yes. So up is north, down is south. The Mass Road corridor goes along this line right here. The Piscataquag River follows this red line here. The Maskey Lake is in here. And the New Hampshire Route 114 runs along this side. The city of Manchester borders on this side, and the city of Bedford, town of Bedford, on this side. Is that
Thank you.
sufficient? Okay. So, as we put in our application, we expressed to the grantor that Pinardville had developed over time in a haphazard type of manner. It didn't have a plan to begin with, and so things just kind of happened as they went. There's the commercial strip on Route 114. It's got densely populated residential areas, small lots. Many are non-conforming, and it blends in with Manchester, and doesn't have a real sense of identity or separated identity from that blending in of Manchester. And having a Manchester zip code just kind of makes matters more confusing. zoning was enacted in 1961, so prior to comprehensive planning in Goffstown. So we didn't have a master plan at the time that zoning was implemented. And most of Pinardville was built prior to that zoning. One of the reasons we stated as a good reason why the grantor should give us a grant is there's a regional goal in the area found in the Economic Development Plan for the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission under land use of seeking balanced growth and development which broadens the local tax base and respects and strengthens quality of life, community character, and the environment. Part of the grant project required us to hire a consultant. We couldn't take the $50,000 and do whatever we wanted with it through staff time and efforts. We had to hire a consultant, and so we put out an RFQ. There were 4 candidates who submitted a statement of qualifications. RFQ stands for Request for Qualifications, I apologize. And a consultant was chosen by a selection committee consisting of a planning board representative, a selectman's representative, a community representative, and the town planner and the assistant town administrator. The project consultant selected was TPUDC, Town Planning and Urban Design Collaborative, and they are based in Franklin, Tennessee, and they have satellite offices in other areas of the country as well. TPUDC specializes in doing planning and form-based codes and is working nationally on these types of projects. They also did a master plan for the town of Londonderry very recently, which was adopted, and they are working on a similar project in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, under this same community planning grant program that we are working under. So the project is to create a community plan that could be incorporated in the town's master plan that would identify the goals and intentions of the town and the reasons for proposing new zoning. And also to create a new code for the Pinardville area that would help to implement the plan over time. So the first part, is the Pinardville Community Plan. That would be a master plan amendment. That is what we are proposing tonight. That's what is in front of you tonight. This provides a framework, a reasoning for any proposed regulatory changes. It helps Pinardville people define what they want, and it is not a regulatory document. This is a little hard to read, maybe from the back of the room, but this is something found within the plan, and I just wanted to read it because I think community visions are very important to know what they say, and this is kind of the major statement of this plan. So the community plan is summarized by the statement of common vision. Pinardville contains a diverse range of citizens who share the common goal of improving the community and providing for the needs of the current and future generations. With a strong sense of history, Pinardville residents are committed to protecting existing neighborhoods, enhancing commercial areas, encouraging economic development, increasing connections to natural areas, and maintaining a strong academic presence within the region. This is a commitment to striking a balance. There is a commitment to striking a balance between the individual interests and the overall community, with an emphasis on being a good neighbor and not overburdening municipal services. Character-based development ordinance is the second half of this project. So this would be a regulatory document. It's a form of form-based coding, which is a way to focus more on the form of structures and their locations on the lot relative to the street, and to focus less on the uses that are allowed. They incorporate build-to lines rather than setback lines. They focus on walkability and multimodal transportation. They focus on implementing Pinardville's vision for creating a defined character through regulations on the built environment. So project outreach. For this project, we've had unprecedented outreach to Goffstown citizens. For the Planapalooza, mailers went out to every Pinardville resident. A project webpage and Facebook page were created. An email list was created for anyone wanting notices sent out. The Plan Pinardville Ad Hoc Committee was made up of members, community members, and they went out to businesses and other stakeholders advertising the Planapalooza. There's a fair host of other things that we had done as well to reach out to the community as part of this process. And this project has been very well covered in the newspapers. And, so hopefully most of the community members, if not all, are aware of this project that's going on. This was the flyer that we developed with the consultants and that we sent out to everyone prior to the Planapalooza. We mailed to every resident in Pinardville and every business owner in Pinardville. This is just a picture of what the Facebook page looks like. There are lots of people on there following as well. We have currently 119 likes, so at least that many people are notified of whenever we post a message on there. At the Planapalooza, there was a good deal of people on the first night. This represented about 70 or so people that showed up for the opening presentation. At the Planapalooza, they developed, they first did an opening presentation basically to introduce what the project was, and then they broke out into small groups at tables, and they wrote on these maps. I'll show you a picture. These are the maps that were generated by each of the tables, and those basically kind of were a way to come up with different ideas that people had concerns about in Pinardville, the goal of which was to come up with 5 big ideas for each group that could be talked about and somehow thought about as we go throughout this planning process for Pinardville. People were asked to identify areas they like, they dislike, or feel need of improvement. So again, these are the maps. This last map here in the bottom corner is a compilation of the other 7 maps. So after the community went through the workshops, the consultants took a blank map and sort of tried to come up with a good mix of what the other 7 maps were trying to say. Also during the Planapalooza, we had a design studio. We began to work on the community plan there. The studio was open for 4 days, and the consultants began to compile ideas that were thought up in the community design workshop. They created mini drawings. They bounced off community members, bounced off ideas from the community members at the interim pinup meeting, and planning staff was there present at the studio every day of that charrette workshop. So I was there to help kind of guide the process. We also had several meetings in the studio. This was just a picture that was taken of concerned citizens and elected officials. So part of the products that the consultants generated during the studio were these visual drawings of what streetscapes would look like if the town were following this type of plan, and we were able to create these ideas that they've been talking about. So this is an idea of what the more intense commercial areas would look like along Mass Road. This is an idea. This is actually currently what the neighborhood already looks like, pretty much, minus maybe some little, separate little walkways out to each. I'm sure there are a few here and there of those, but this is generally a depiction of what the existing neighborhood, residential neighborhoods adjacent to Mass Road appear to be. On the 5th day of the Planapalooza, the consultants presented what they had come up with to the community. They presented ideas on how we could help focus better attention in Pinardville in order to help create a place for ourselves with a well-defined character that can be considered a destination within the region. Now, digging in a little bit more into the community plan, there are sections in the plan that detail goals for land use, public space, economic development, neighborhood and community design, transportation, community facilities, and cultural and historic resources. I don't want to take up a ton of time by going through all the details of each one, but I will suffice to say that we did want to just state some generalized goals that we would like to focus on as a town and as a community of Pinardville for doing some specific things to enhance the area and to make it more palatable for businesses to come and locate there, and to help improve the traffic and the transportation options. So if you've got a copy of the plan, or if you have a chance to read the plan, take a look at what those goals define, because those are, I think, important to be able to know what is stated in there and what the town is looking to hopefully do there. The next portion of the plan goes into some activity centers. They've been named. So the first one is the Ice House District. That's the district closest to the where the Shaw's Plaza is and where the Ice House is. The second one is the Pinardville Connector, which is kind of a more of a corridor type space that's between that and where the next one comes in at College Road. The Pinardville Common is the one at College Road, and that's where the consultants came up with a concept to create a small town common similar to the one that we have here in the village, but that would be specific for Pinardville to be able to utilize for community events, things like that. And then the last one is Pinardville Gateway at Cody's Corner. And that's right at the intersection of Pinard Street and Mass Road. And I'll just show, I did copy the drawings for these on here, so we can just kind of briefly go through each of these. Before I do that, though, there is a note on each of the maps that basically is a disclaimer. It says, all maps and illustrations drawn for the Pinardville Community Plan are conceptual illustrations only. They were drawn with the purpose of showing one possible development pattern. If any of these ideas are to be implemented, a cooperative effort will be required on the part of the town officials, the affected property owners, and stakeholders, and citizens of Goffstown to make that happen. This plan does not require anyone to move forward with any specific plan or development affecting their private property. So this is basically the areas of concern, the activity centers that we talked about. Again, I'll just kind of point out, this is the Ice House District here. This is the Pinardville Connector. The next one is the Pinardville Common. And the last one is, I'm sorry, this is the other way around. This is the Pinardville Common. This is the Pinardville Connector. And this one is the Cody's Corner, the Gateway, Pinardville Gateway at Cody's Corner. Now, I'll just also mention that previously we did have, and I mentioned it once already, but previously we had an additional activity center that was covering this area here on St. Anselm College, and as part of the recommendation from the ad hoc committee, that was removed in order to hopefully make this project not focus Pinardville on becoming a college town. And that was the fear, that we were making Pinardville become a college town by putting some focus into that. So zooming into those areas a little bit closer, this is the Ice House District. Now, again, I remind everyone, these are conceptual drawings only, so these are ideas that could be implemented, but by no means ever would have to be implemented, or would be, no one would ever be told that they have to implement this. So basically, this is Mast Road here along this corridor. Daniel Plummer Road is here. The brook comes through here, and the ice house is right there. And we felt that it should be named the Ice House District just because the ice house is one of the few remaining icons that people really know of in Pinardville. And it is the one historic structure that we sort of claim as a historic structure. It's been there for a long time, and so it's, hence we named it the Ice House District. This is the Shaw's Plaza here. Probably soon to not be named Shaw's Plaza because Shaw's has recently hit the dust. But this is the Goffstown Square, and these are this type of drawing here is existing structures. If you see darker buildings on here, those are structures that were drawn on by the consultant as a possible way to redevelop if people wanted to go in that direction. So one concept that we thought about was, on the Shaw's Plaza with the big sea of parking in front, how do you break up that sea of parking and make it maybe a little bit more palatable? In this concept that they drew, they put some streets instead of driveways, and they put some small buildings that might encompass the area, and then have the parking on the inside. And that way you're not seeing a sea of parking as you drive up. You're seeing a nice community with the building streets and the streetscapes along it. Another thing that they talked about was possibly connecting the parking lots to other parking lots or other driveways. So here you have the Hannaford's parking lot. Similar concept to kind of enclose the parking areas, but you see there's a connecting road that kind of goes from one commercial area to another commercial area, taking away the need for people to enter and exit and then go back out on the Mass Road and go to do more shopping in another place. And it takes traffic off of Mass Road, which was one of the main concerns that was brought up in the first meeting of the Planapalooza, where a lot of people said there's too much traffic on Mass Road. How do we fix that? So these are some of the concepts that were illustrated on this drawing for the Ice House District. This is just an oblique type of an aerial view of that same area. So if you look here, this is the Shaw's building. This is the other buildings within that complex. And then if you were to implement that design, you could have a whole community that sort of is built around this brook and has frontage. Some of the buildings have frontage on the brook. Mass Road comes through here, and it's got buildings all along the frontage instead of set way back off of the frontage, and it creates a nice character for people that are coming to the town. And one of the concerns that I heard a lot was that well, there's a lot of buildings in there. Are those all apartment complexes? And the answer to that is no, they are not apartment complexes. They are whatever they want to be. This is a conceptual drawing. This is a way to invite businesses to create a mixed-use building, or to even just have a separate business occupy the entire building. So to assume that these will all be apartment complexes is incorrect, and I would hope that people would look at that objectively. This is the Pinardville Connector. So this is the area between College Road, which you can see College Road goes right up here, and gets you almost down to the Cody's Corner area, but not quite. And it's just that stretch of Mass Road in between those 2 points. And basically is a concept that allows for a greenway through the electrical easement that's there. Allows for some additional buildings along Mass Road to help define the roadway itself. It also helps to kind of one of the ideas was to possibly create a separate back alley along the backside of these to also take some of the traffic off of Mass Road. Again, these are all concepts, and so nothing has to be done. If this is your property and you're looking at it, this is an idea, and we realize that the consultant kind of took liberties with people's properties in drawing these conceptual illustrations. But if you don't draw something, you don't have something to really visualize in your head of what they're talking about. So that's the purpose of creating the drawings. The third area is the Pinardville Common. This was a drawing that was generated to kind of help people see what possibly could be done. This is the largest idea. There was also a smaller idea that you'll see it in the oblique view of how it's slightly different. But basically, this is Mass Road, this is College Road, and at the intersection of College and Mast, there would be this park area that could be considered a town common. This one kind of takes Mass Road and does a little jog thingy in it. Right now, Mass Road just goes straight through. This would help people to slow down, but also create like a little focal point here, so that when you're driving this way, you can see maybe a flagpole or something like that, or maybe a clock tower or whatever. And same thing in the other direction. You get a nice little visual point of something to look at as you're coming into Pinardville, and it helps you to realize that that's an area that is different, that means something. This was kind of considered the center of Pinardville by a lot of the groups in the Planapalooza. So the committee or the consultants felt like this would be an area to focus on and to create some type of common that could be utilized for future town events and that sort of thing. Again, additional buildings to kind of help define the street and the sidewalk areas. You can see tree plantings and things along the roadways. This is Bartlett School here. One of the concepts they came up with was, somehow try to attach it to a larger building here that would be an extension of the school, since the school really needs more space. These are conceptual ideas again, and they don't have to be implemented that way. We know the school's working on a plan to basically rebuild this area back in here, and they're hoping to get that done. So I think that's probably good on that. And then these are some aerials again of how that town common might look. This is with the drawing that we just showed. So it's got the jog here in Mass Road, and then the streets that surround it. You get houses that kind of front onto a green space instead of backing up to it maybe. And so this is kind of the concept that went along with that one. The secondary concept that we had come up with was basically a smaller version of that town common, where you would allow Mass Road to continue to go straight through. You would realign College Road to be a straight intersection instead of on an angle, because that's been a dangerous intersection for a long time, being at an angle. It's very wide in there as well. And then just, again, creating a street network that surrounds it, allow for people to park on the exterior of it and utilize the town common as a place to go and eat lunch, or to, again, have some town activities. That's good for that. So then the last one is Pinardville Gateway at Cody's Corner. And again, as I stated earlier, due to the comments and the concerns from the public, the drawing for this one, though it did exist, it was removed due to the public concerns. Again, I don't feel that it necessarily did anything more than what the other drawings are doing. It only illustrated conceptual ideas that could have been implemented, but by no means was a requirement to be implemented. And so what remains is just the text that came along with that part of the plan, and what the goals of that text are to do is to create a center, to create a terminated vista, to do some streetscape improvements, and to enhance the secondary street and alley network. That gets us to the end of the community plan, and I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Brian, for a thorough presentation. Just a note from the fire chief, this room is filled to capacity right now, so if you are in, great, but if you're not in, then the hall is also filled with capacity, and if someone needs a place to sit, feel free to sit in the other side. There's another room over there where there's benches or something if you do need to sit. You won't be able to hear, but at least you could sit. Let's see. Do we have any comments on the presentation board? No?
Questions?
Yes, Barbara, question.
Barbara Griffin. Brian, has this plan been available for review, and how long and where has it been?
The plan has been online for anyone to be able to access. We've got it on the town's website. It's posted up here on goffstown.com/Plan Pinardville. Okay. This is the most recent plan, draft of the plan, although previous drafts have been also posted on there ever since they were available. Okay. So it's been available for a few months actually now.
All right, because I have a copy of a prior draft of July 18th, so that was online. So it's been online for at least that long.
Yes.
Okay. As to the plan itself that we were given to review, I compared it to the previous plans and saw some of the changes that the committee has made as a result of the public comment. I do have some specific questions, and some of these are just typo type things, but I just want to, if you turn to page 33, which included the neighborhood and community design goals. It discouraged cul-de-sac development and dead ends. Is that what you were trying to say, dead end streets or something like that? I wasn't.
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 35, which was addressing the transportation, and this has to do with that section you had up there about design transportation that you didn't get into the detail tonight with, but so I understand now it's been available for review. Under the transportation goals, there are a number of them. Was there intended to be an order of importance? I noticed that it was just bulleted and not numbered, so was there any?
No order of importance. It just was a stated list of transportation goals or whatever other goals, whatever other sections you looked at. They weren't in any order of importance. They just were listed as goals that we wanted to focus on.
Okay. Because, I mean, you were talking about how there were some things in and some, some things you like, some things you didn't. I certainly have things I like and don't like within this. But I will say that when I went to one
Planapalooza meeting.
I still can't say it, meeting, and another one after that. And I sort of heard a lot about transportation and that people liked the rail trail, and so I was just sort of disappointed to see it last. But as long as I know that's not an order of importance, that's okay.
Well, the rail trail is addressed, I think, in the open space
Okay,
section, the public space section.
right, okay. The other question I had to do with, and I guess it's the Ice House District, which is the largest one on the groups that your committee dealt with. And in the paperwork that we have, it's sort of dealt on page 45 and 48 from my perspective. You mentioned at the beginning of this meeting that there were two parts of the work that's going on. One is the plan, and then you also talked about a zoning issue. So the zoning is not before us, right?
No, it's not.
Okay, so this is part of the planning document and not something that an applicant before the board would have to have anything to do with, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Because the reason I wanted to ask that was, I think probably the clearest example was maybe the Shaw's Plaza. And I'll probably call it Shaw's Plaza even when they don't call it Shaw's Plaza anymore, because I'm so used to calling it that. They've talked, one of the suggestions that might have been made was to sort of not get rid of the parking, but to put other buildings in that vast parking expanse.
Yeah.
Would that even be possible now under our current zoning?
It would take probably some variances to be able to
Right, so
do
it
that.
probably wouldn't, you probably couldn't even do it,
I'm
right?
not sure what the parking calculation is for
But part of that
plaza.
parking calculation occurred when Shaw's built a new plaza at the back of that parking, and they added all the parking to meet the zoning regulations. So the reality is there would need to be a change to our ordinance for that to even happen, right?
Yeah, and
Okay.
just as a note, I think from reading the proposed zoning, the draft that I've at least received, it does propose to reduce the parking requirements. So that could be a possibility as we move forward to allow for some buildings to go in and not have to, have a violation of parking requirement.
Right, because, I think when I've been on the board, the applications in Pinardville, one of their bigger, when you have somebody trying to put a business in their home or to do something different, one of the things they often run against is the parking requirement, right?
That's right.
We've had to deal with it a couple of times. Okay. On page 47, there was talk about facing new buildings into the new park, the small park recently built in Abington Square. And we're talking about that section with the Rite Aid and the park. That's part of that whole development, which is Abington Square, right? On the second paragraph, it talks about the plan suggests additional development. Are you talking about the approved plan for Abington Square or this plan?
This plan.
Okay. Because I just had a question about that, because the approved plan for the site has an approved development in it. So it was unclear to me whether you were talking about a different development or what was currently approved but not built.
No, it's just what was currently approved
They
but
saw-
not built.
Okay.
But what this plan tried to do was kind of look past the fact that there may be approvals that are there. They were trying to just suggest, here's what the best looking community or site would look like if it were to be done under the goals and aspirations of what this would try to do. So, it would suggest that we should, if we had a do-over, design it that way.
Okay. All right, and part of that has to do with the planning concept that you create more pleasant spaces for people to be by sort of changing where the parking is, because the scape of the street is
And also
different.
having buildings that front onto streets versus, onto a big parking lot.
Okay, so that's what that meant. And on page 51, I'm just clarifying that this really is sort of truly a sort of a conceptual on what might be. That big green spot that I'm seeing right there is the now not green at all spot where the power company has done its work.
Yes,
right?
NH has their thing through there.
Right.
Their easements go through that area, and it's obviously a wish list of the consultant or anybody would love to see a big ugly transformer area be hidden by some nice green space or somehow redo it to not be so visible and an eyesore to the community kind of thing.
Okay. Because that was something that actually came before this board fairly recently, and based on the current regulations, that's what we could approve, right?
Now, another thing that they did also talk about with that the electrical easement corridors was, the fact a lot of other communities try to do something, even though we've got a big ugly power line going through the middle of an electrical easement, they still try to make those into usable green space. Some communities put soccer fields and all kinds of things within those easement areas in order to make use of something that's not really usable other than,
Okay.
sitting there open.
All right, which the town has done before. Okay, those were my questions in regards to the review of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Any other questions for Brian? Yes, Phil?
Well, also a follow-up with Barbara. Barbara, on 27, land use goals in the middle, it talks about studying the feasibility and justify decreasing the parking requirements and increase shared parking. So that is addressed in here, because that's
Okay.
one of the things that we have been working with. Yeah. Also, on page 57, Brian, when you talk about safe streets, you talk about Mast Road being redesigned to give. Talk about Mast Road being redesigned for wide sidewalks, and you mentioned in here, I don't know if it's right in here, but at another portion you mentioned about a bicycle path on it. And when I was involved with the corridor improvement plan, when we made Mast Road three lanes all the way through, we were just able to get 3 lanes in there. And that's why there are some poles that are still kind of in the street because of the room. But you're not contemplating in that this street there's going to be any land taken or anything. I think what this plan allows for is, as projects come before the board, that you could look at them and have the building set back similar to the dollar store that we approved, where the building is set back and the parking lot is up towards the front. And I guess the concern that I have is, being involved in that corridor improvement plan quite a while ago, the thing that you think about is what happens 20, 30 years down the road when 3 lanes is not enough for the amount of traffic. And if you project the increase in traffic over 20 years, how it's been, and you try to figure what's going to be in another 20 years from now, at some point, 3 lanes is not going to be enough. But it just seems that if you have a plan that somehow addresses that to a point, as we look at projects as they come onto the main corridor, that's a way of allowing 20 years, a ways down the road, that there could be possible land, because otherwise we wind up in areas like what we do up here at the library. All of a sudden, here we are, is how do you do that library? I mean, how long has the library been there? 100 years? How long has the common been there with the statue? And what do? You pick these things up now and move them, but at least if you have that type of a plan, it allows that thinking down the future.
Great.
I think one of the things to keep in mind as well is, just like any of these other ideas might take some coordination, some cooperation between town property owners, the officials of the town, and everyone involved. If you really want something to happen, you can figure out how to make it work. And if it's asking as many people as possible to say, hey, look, can we get an extra 5 feet, and would it be worth it to you to donate that 5 feet, or would it be worth it to you to get it for some price that's workable? I mean, that's instead of trying to just go and say, we're going to now take this piece of property for a bike lane, which we would have to prove that there's a public need and a public benefit in order to even be able to utilize eminent domain. But instead of doing that, working together with community members to try to make something good happen, if that's what the desire of the community is, then you work towards that. So I just say never say never.
Right. I mean, there's no question. I sat on this committee, this ad hoc committee. We went through this painstakingly, word by word. I was there for the meetings. We know that our job is to plan this, is to try to help plan for the future. And in doing that, now at least we have direction. We have public comments. We have information. We have plans. We have all kinds of information now to help us get there, because there's no doubt that 25 years from now, Bernardville is going to be busier than it is today. I hope. I mean, we would all hope that we are moving at least in an upward position. So that's where our job is, really to come and try to make it easier for the boards in those years and not leave them in precarious positions like we are now on Main Street at the library, for instance, on that corner with the bottleneck that we have going. Are there any more comments that we'd like to discuss on the board? Because I'd like to move this to public comment.
I'd like to hear from the public before I weigh in on anything.
Okay, I would
Excellent.
too. Yes, I would also. I think that's a good idea. I've got, thank you for filling out these forms. If there's any more up there, please hand them in. The white forms on the clipboards. If you're not planning on speaking but would like us to know how you feel about this plan, we are, and all the board will be passing these around to see how you feel. Great, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll put all these together. And this, by the way, is how government works, in my opinion. It's when people come out and tell their elected officials how they are, what they want, what they would like. So let's hear from a speaker. I've got them in order here. I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you are going to be speaking, please fill out one of these orange ones, pass it up so we can put you in order. I'll call your name just to keep it a little orderly for all of us. The first speaker on the list to sign up was Cheryl Anderson.
Cheryl Anderson, out here?
And
She's in here.
is Nancy Lamper going to speak? Okay.
Yes.
Cheryl Anderson and Nancy Lamper.
Madam Secretary, can I have my remarks entered
And
in the record,
please-
please?
Please state your name and your address.
Cheryl Anderson, Joffrey Street, the Bernardville sector of Goffstown. Mr. Chair, before I read my written statement, I do have one issue I'd like to raise, if I could just take a moment of your time.
It's your floor. Thank you.
In researching how the grant came down the line, I came upon some, I know, let's see, when the grant was given out by NHHFA for our program, the CPG program, at the same time, there were grants given to the regional planning commissions to help collaborate and coordinate this program and implement it. A couple of documents here by Ben Frost. And the name of the group that they gave the grant to, that the planning commissions formed, was A Granite State Future. Now, Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission is a member of that group, and it clearly states the CPG program is operating in tandem with Granite State Future, doing grant writing workshops, implementing, et cetera. Now, David Priest is the executive director. He was a part of the ad hoc stakeholders. But he did not have voting rights. He had comment rights and certainly gave input, but didn't have voting rights. And I noticed on SNHPC's website that Barbara Griffin of Goffstown is the chair of that committee. And I don't know if that's the same Barbara Griffin that's on this committee or not, on this board. Is it the same? So I would just respectfully request that there may be a conflict of interest in terms of having a direct personal interest in the outcome of this, given that SNHPC has been so involved in the grant process, and I respect the request that she might recuse herself from the vote on Plan Pinardville tonight.
Okay. It's not for me to ask her to step down, but she's certainly capable, and if she's willing to speak on that, she could certainly say something or not. I can't.
I'm a little confused about what the conflict of interest. I know I've addressed it with other members of this board over the years, and the response, which usually comes from the state reps, usually refer to the statute that talks about the conflict of interest needs to be somewhat immediate and pecuniary in nature. And do you have it? I don't have it in front of me, and I don't.
It just
think-
says
I
direct
don't-
personal or financial interest in the outcome. It may be immediate, definite, and capable of demonstration. And the reason I am asking for this is because Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission was very involved in this whole grant process. They received a grant along with the grant that we received, the same grant lot. And I know David Priest had no voting rights on our committee. He was able to simply have input and comments. And I just feel it is, you as the chair of the group that is promoting these grants and these master plans and rezonings, it does present a conflict of interest, in my opinion.
Okay.
Vote for or against the plan.
All right. I guess I understand where you say that the money came through Southern New Hampshire Planning. Is essentially what you're saying,
Yeah,
I
well,
think.
according to the Future
Is
Granite
that the
State
money,
Future website.
and that Southern New Hampshire Planning benefits from it, so therefore I shouldn't.
Well, they did grant writing processes. They help work with the different committees and towns to create their plans, and that to me is, as their chair, I would think you do have a personal interest in whether or not this plan goes forward.
Well, actually, I would invite you to come to some of our meetings. They're on the fourth Tuesday of every month from 12 to 1. We are a member community along with 13 other communities since the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. The meetings are open to the public, and as a matter of fact, some of them get filmed, but they're broadcast on the Manchester cable station, usually not here. And I have to say that as far as the actual grant work and approval of what an individual community might do with any of the work, the executive the committee that you're talking about has nothing to do with that. The actual operation of the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, like the 13 other planning, or 12 other, I think, total of 12 planning commissions throughout the state, is not one that gets involved directly in what individual communities vote on. And I don't want to take a lot of time of this because I know there are a lot of people here who want to speak on this, and I have to tell you, I wish I had sort of heard about it before tonight because it would have given me a chance to sort of process it a little better. But I have to tell me, and I apologize if people are saying things in the back that I can't hear that they might think are relevant to it. But let me think about it because there is no direct interest in this as far as I'm concerned. I have no benefit from it. I don't have any interest in whether this goes forward or not. And as far as the actual work that was done, Southern New Hampshire Planning may have provided input, as you said, but they didn't do the work, and they don't have any sort of interest as to whether or not this gets presented or not. And it creates the unusual position that the representative to the Planning Commission is a member of the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission does come before this board, as it does with all the member communities, with different studies that are done. Watershed plans, for example, are one that are done by the Commission. And under that scenario, in every community, the planning board would effectively be appointing someone so they couldn't vote on anything the other body might bring forward, and that would not, to me, make a lot of sense. It would be like arguing that John, as chairman of the committee who's bringing it forward, shouldn't vote on it because he has a personal interest in the committee work that he just did. I don't have anything to do with what this committee did, nor with what Southern New Hampshire Planning did, even as my role as chairman. I will tell you my primary function as chairman, and John and I have had the discussion. In my opinion, the job of a chairman is to run a meeting. You don't get much more authority than that, and that's what I've been doing as chairman, is I run the monthly meeting, and I'm in charge of the executive meeting. I don't have any independent authority other than that. So I understand why it appears to be the conflict, but I think what it creates is a situation where you could start appointing people to serve on committees that you didn't want to vote on it because you could argue it was a conflict. Quite honestly, looking at the crowd here, I'd say the easy way out is to say, okay, I'm disqualified, I'm not voting on this tonight.
I did not plan that. I did not.
There's a difference between not voting on something and not voting for something.
Okay.
So.
But isn't this an up or down vote tonight? I mean, for a deciding vote?
Actually, I understand that the cards were printed, were put around for an up or down vote.
Okay.
But if you've had the opportunity to serve on other master plan committees or see other master plan things come before the board, it can be voted up or down as to part of the master plan itself. It can be voted up or down as to being an advisory document only and not part of the master plan. It can be voted, for example, one alternative tonight would be to table any discussion of this or vote on it until the SMART code itself was before this board, because the reality is this does not affect any zoning, nor would it have any impact on our ability to approve or disapprove any plan that came before the board for a lot in Pinardville.
Okay.
So.
Right, I just want to raise that.
Thank you. I'll keep thinking about it, but quite honestly, right now, based on the statute and prior, I'm not sure that I see the conflict.
All right,
Though
that's all I
understand.
ask. I just want to present a concern.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll read my statement now.
Okay.
The purpose of accepting this grant was to develop a plan for Pinardville that would invigorate commercial growth, to expand that tax base and take some of the pressure off the property owners. This is definitely a worthy endeavor. However, this particular plan does not accomplish that goal, or does it even appear to be its true focus. The SMART code, which I have read based on this plan, has the central goal of increasing density, housing density. The purpose and intent section states as its first two bullet points, 1, meaningful choices in living options, and 2, compact, walkable, mixed-use environments. The Mass Road corridor will no longer be zoned as commercial. It will be zoned as Character District 4 and Character District 5. Both zoning types are for, quote, a mix of building types to include, and here's another quote, residential, retail, and other commercial uses. In the definitions of both CD4 and CD5, which fully cover the corridor, residential is the first use listed. These facts should tell you something as to the true focus of this plan and related SMART code. It is not commercial development and will therefore not accomplish the intended goal. There are some positive things that have come out of this process, however. A conversation has been started regarding the need to improve the Mass Road corridor. This conversation needs to continue, and I think it will. We need to determine how to encourage commerce to fill those empty storefronts permanently, hopefully, and expand the commercial tax base by extending the zone to Route 114. The sleeping giant has been awakened. When was the last time you saw such public attendance at board meetings? So many new voices speaking with passion and heart. Residents and business owners alike are fighting together to keep Pinardville and ultimately Goffstown on the whole out of the clutches of the federal government. It has also become wonderfully evident throughout this process that Pinardville's character does not come from buildings, it comes from the people who live here. We all care for one another and share a true love for our community. We want safe schools and streets for our children. We desire to retain our quiet bedroom community atmosphere. We want to be in charge of Pinardville's future so that Pinardville remains our community. Penardville be improved upon? Of course. But we can do it without government interference. Penardville is not on the verge of collapse. There is no reason to rush and latch onto a plan that will not serve us well. It would be nice to have a lovely new sign or arched gateway to welcome people to Goffstown. It would be fantastic to turn the land by the ice house into a park, using the current building for local events and as an activity center for all ages. Perhaps that could even be the location for a new school. These are great ideas, but first and foremost, you all must do no harm. Let's take our time and develop a plan ourselves, free and clear, obligated to no one. A plan that is the right fit for Penardville. I strongly urge you to end the discord, keep the future of Goffstown in the hands of its citizens, and vote no to Plan Penardville in its entirety tonight. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I would like my remarks entered into the record, please. My name is Nancy Lamper, and I live on Joffrey Street in Penardville. I've been coming to the meetings and just sitting back and listening to everything that's been said. I'm representing a group of people that live in Penardville whose voices can't be heard, our children. David Brusquet, the principal of Bartlett Elementary School, is a member of the Plan Penardville Ad Hoc Committee. When the plan was first given to the committee, an input was solicited from its members as to what was good and what was bad about the plan. Mr. Brusquet submitted a comment about the indicated school expansion. He stated that the school was surrounded by roads, put in on an island with a lack of playground space, and that numerous houses and businesses were taken away from these roads, including the Penardville Plaza, currently just north of the school. The implication of his statement was that the planned Penardville school expansion was not a good idea. It would require eliminating some of our commercial tax base, cause loss of homes for some residents, and create an unsafe atmosphere for our children. I have to say, I agree with Mr. Brusquet. The people who reside in those homes have paid property taxes to support the schools for years. So the idea that a school expansion should be the reason for the loss of their homes, possibly through eminent domain, is unacceptable. The small businesses in that plaza serve our community and should not be destroyed either. Even more importantly, a school expansion should not, under any circumstance, put our children at risk. With all the shootings and drug issues occurring in our schools across the country, how can we even consider having our children attend a school that is accessible by close roads to all sides, making it difficult, if not impossible, to prohibit entrance by unwanted individuals who will harm or kill our children? There is no viable place for them to play during recess or after-school programs where they will be safe from traffic or exposure to perverse behavior. Bad things are happening in and around our schools in towns and cities throughout the country every day. The children need our protection. This planned school expansion provides none. In fact, I would say that protection of our children was not even on Mr. Wright's mind at all. At the final meeting at the Planapalooza, there was a debate about keeping 3 streets, Joffrey, Haig, and Patane, as dead ends. Brian Wright wanted them open, and the residents wanted them to remain closed. A petition had been circulated, signed by all the residents of these streets by one person. During the conversation, Mr. Wright referenced this one person. The woman who circulated the petition stated that this individual's dog had almost been run over earlier that day. Yes, the woman admitted that she was kind of responsible that the dog wasn't on a leash. She made the statement in the midst of the discussion that the streets were safer for our children as dead ends. Mr. Wright made a remark that his plan, at least the dog would only be hurt rather than killed. A mother who lives on my street commented to Mr. Wright that she had an autistic young boy who did not always respond as expected and was offended by his remark, which implied that since he would only be injured but not killed, it was okay. Mr. Wright looked directly at her as she spoke. He had a big smile on his face that never wavered. As she finished her statement, instead of apologizing for being so insensitive, to say the least, Mr. Wright simply turned his face to the rest of many others sitting around me. None of us, who were all her neighbors, could think of anything to say. We were dumbstruck by Mr. Wright's insensitivity. In retrospect, I guess I understand his thoughtlessness. Designed of our elementary school, evidently care and concern for children is not his specialty. The plan was sold to us as a beautification plan. Well, nothing I see in this plan is beautiful. If you want to do something for Pinardville, ask the residents. Find out what we would like to see that would benefit our children and the families. For example, the acres by the ice house. What about creating a park and using the current building for activities that would involve children and adults interacting in various activities or learning experiences? This would promote the family atmosphere that embodies Pinardville. This will attract homeowner-minded people who will then attract the type of small business that will serve them and prosper. This plan will do nothing to beautify or improve Pinardville in any way. I implore you to say no to Plan Pinardville, all of it. We take care of our own business while keeping our neighborhoods and children safe. Please vote no and stop this process now.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Norm LaFond. Sir, please state your name and address.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Norm LaFond. I live in Pinardville on the corner of Mass Road and Hague Street. When I had purchased my home, I had done a lot of renovations and upgrades. Last year, I spent a lot of money redoing my landscape, getting it to the point of that I had wished to get it to, and it cost me over $4,000. And I thought it was well worth the investment. A few weeks ago, I was here for the ad hoc committee meeting and expressed my concerns at that time. My concerns are related to number 4 on page 20. The recommendations of the ad hoc committee mentioned that the town will not be able to use eminent domain for private benefit as a result of this plan. And Brian, I had asked you this morning about that. I was told not to worry about it, but I want to make sure, and the reason that I am speaking tonight is to make sure that you would respect that recommendation and no eminent domain would be used, and you would keep your hands off my property, to be honest. There's about 10 or 12 feet in the front of my property, and there is no way that that would be able to be taken. Mass Road is way too narrow for that, and so I strongly oppose any use of eminent domain, and I strongly oppose this plan as well. I'm sure that there are other people that support it, but I am not in support of it. So I would encourage you to vote no to this plan.
Alice Cuccetti, if I pronounce that.
Sorry.
Thank you. Please
I'll pass it.
pass it up. Thank you.
Okay, so you all know my name. It's Alice Pichetti. I've been a resident in Goffstown as of this week for 46 years. Just passed my anniversary. I believe that Plan Pinardville was appropriately named to disguise the impact of this plan on the entire town of Goffstown, all Goffstown taxpayers. The proposed changes affect Pinardville, but the cost to cover the increased school population with teachers, buses for transport, and enlarging the existing schools or the building of new schools rest on all of us. In addition, consider the increased cost of infrastructure, police, fire, and other emergency services needed to support this planned affordable housing in Pinardville. All of this will impact the entire Goffstown tax base, not only the Pinardville area of the town, but also the village and all the other tax-paying homeowners in Goffstown. All of our fellow Goffstown citizens need to step up and say no to the planned Pinardville proposal. If not tonight, surely in March, should this proposal somehow make its way to the ballot. And when all the voters in Goffstown realize what has been disguised as a Pinardville issue is in fact a tax issue for all taxpayers in the town of Goffstown, I am sure the members will remember the names of the public servants who tried to push this through under the guise that it had nothing to do with them. I would hope that the planning board would consider the wisdom of going forward with this plan and then choose not to recommend Plan Pinardville to the voters, but to stand up and represent the people they serve and reject it tonight in its entirety. Thank you.
Jim Sparks.
Good evening. My name is Jim Sparks, and I live at 58 Fairview Street in Pinardville. And I'd like to talk to you from a business perspective. I've had 35 years of experience owning small businesses, and noticed in your plan, you claim that part of the purpose of this is to enhance the business community in town and attract new businesses. And from years of experience in the business world as a small business owner, I can tell you no business owner would come to this town in view of this plan right now. So if this thing is put on the ballot, that means 6 more months of no businesses coming into this town. As soon as they hear a plan like this, or they hear the term smart code, No business is going to risk, their financial future on an unknown plan, which may or may not impact them in the future. The businesses we have here now have already gone through 3 years in Pinardville of continuous traffic issues because of the tearing up repeatedly of Mast Road. We lost some businesses, but we've still got a number of good businesses left, but a number of empty storefronts, and filling them up is going to be a monumental task with a plan like this hanging over their head. I know as a businessman, I wouldn't put a business in Pinardville or in Goffstown right now with this kind of a plan hanging over my head. I want to know what it meant to me for a business investment. And leaving this thing hanging out there any longer is directly opposite in terms of, effect it's going to have as the plan claims its intent is. If you really want to attract business, give them an environment where they know what their costs are going to be, they know what the planning board is going to be doing in the future, and not, putting out some esoteric plan that may or may not impact them in the future. So I ask you to take it seriously into consideration. The best thing from a business perspective is to table this thing and end it. And if you have anything in this plan that you really believe is helpful to the town, then address that on an individual basis in the future. But the plan as written is a serious impediment to bringing businesses into this town, and could indeed cost you businesses that are here now. So I ask you, please have the courage to vote this thing down.
Frank. Piacentini, that's it. Thank you.
Out there.
Right.
Am I up?
Mr. Piacentini.
Frank Piacentini, yes.
Would you mind spelling that for the for the minutes, the last name?
Piacentini.
Thank you.
This shouldn't take long, probably 3 to 5 minutes. This is my attempt to explain why I'm against the planned Pinardville proposal. Last August, I received a copy of the plan, and after review of some of the entire plan, which is over 75 pages, there are some issues and items that I wanted to bring up. And just for an example, from Daniel Plummer Road up to approximately the bowling alley, I saw that there's 5 new streets that are going to be added. In addition to that, there's about 3 alleys, new sidewalks proposed, and 1 street extension. I think that was Higgins Street. And I can't help but think about the sewer system that was put in not too long ago that took, from what I understand, 3 summers and a lot of construction, and it had a devastating effect on not only Mast Road and the community, but also the businesses that were on Mast Road. And I understand someone told me that there were about 5 businesses that left the area. And I also wonder who's going to pay for all of these new roads and alleys and sidewalks. And the only thought that I had behind that was that maybe HUD or New Hampshire Housing Authority, Finance Authority, will probably promise you the money to do this, to subsidize whatever it is we need to do here. But don't be fooled. And my thoughts is this, that they'll promise you a big block of money, and once the construction starts, and they're not going to give it to you all at once. Once the construction starts, they'll piecemeal you a lot of money, and once you're totally committed to it, it's my feeling that they're going to place demands upon the community, demands over and above your contract and things that you signed up for initially. And you're not going to get the money. Is it too loud? Oh, sorry. So that's my thoughts about the new streets and who's going to pay for it and what the timetable is going to be actually. I mean, 3 summers to do a sewage system that stretched about maybe a mile. What is 5 streets going to be, and sidewalks and alleyways and possibly more sewage or upgrade of sewers. Who's going to pay for that? And I suspect we're going to get locked into HUD with this. And I hope we don't do it. Also, I noticed that in addition to that, there's an alleyway, and it doesn't say alleyway, that runs parallel to Pinard Street. And my house happens to be on Pinard Street. And it's a shaded area. It doesn't say alley. It's a shaded area. It was pointed out to me that that's an alley. That's going to be access to Mr. Cody's parking area eventually. But we're not sure. So if that being the case, that takes away my garage and backyard. And I was told that there would be no eminent domain, but tell me how you're going to do it without that. In addition to that, I also noticed that Cody's parking lot is blocked off. And I kind of thought, well, how are people going to get into his parking lot? Well, between Cody's restaurant and my house, there's a driveway that nobody ever used before, or very rarely. And I guess this is the only access that I saw that goes into the parking area. And this can be a problem because it only allows 1 car to go through at once. So I guess if there are 2 people, 1 leaving and 1 entering, that's going to pose a problem. So I don't know how they address that, or even if they thought about it. And the reason for that is that they're going to reroute Laurier Street, and that's what happened. There's going to be a little civic area from what I understand. More importantly, the reason behind the Pinardville plan is to establish low-income housing. Now, let me give you my experience and explanation of what I know about low-income housing. I come from an area that introduced 3 sections of low-income housing. It was called Colonial Village, Rudner Court, and Washington Village. And they all went up, and the buildings were beautiful, well-landscaped, very nice. But after a while, crime started creeping into the areas. And I'm not talking about petty crimes, I'm talking about major crimes, murder, and so forth. And these nice buildings introduced crime, drugs, infestation of rats and cockroaches. The wooden doors they used to have were replaced by steel doors. People put double locks on their doors. A lot of people had attack dogs just to protect themselves, not for pets, just to protect themselves. A lot of people had guns. Gangs were formed to protect themselves and against each other. So that's what low-income housing is going to bring you. 45 years ago, I moved to New Hampshire, Goffstown, New Hampshire, to get away from that. And I've been here ever since. I just wanted to throw that out to you. Last Tuesday, I attended a meeting that was held by State Representative John Burt. And at that meeting, the information was very valuable, at least to me it was. And Mr. Burt, and there was also a representative named Jim Flanahan, and he was from Brookline, New Hampshire. And Mr. Flanahan explained his experience with HUD, and they went through the same situation that we're going through right now. And because of it, HUD introduced and forced new terms and conditions to Brookline until eventually the town wanted to get out of it. And finally they did. But the last part of the meeting, Mr. Burt showed a video. There's a video about Westchester, New York. And there was a county executive named Rob Astorino who did the presentation on that video. And believe me, if you get a chance, before you decide on what you're going to do, take a look at that video. It's going to be very revealing about HUD and how they operate and what they do. And I say, don't make that decision before, don't make your decision before you see that, if you get a chance to. And finally, one part of that video, this might interest you, that after Westchester met the demands of HUD, they insisted on and demanded that they dismantle local zoning to achieve the right mix of economic and racial and ethnic diversity. Anyway, that representative said that would increase the taxes by 200%. Now think about your taxes being raised 200%. You people still have the power to reject this. And I suggest that you do that. Give them their money back. Give them their money back and be done with it. Thank you.
Roland Martin.
Roland Martin, live at 48 Pine Hill Avenue, and I'm against any plan that involves any form of federal monies, especially HUD. Once HUD gets into the picture, there will be nothing but increased taxes, an increased load on our school systems, our police, our fire, and try to get out of one of their programs, and I'll tell you, you're going to have to pull some real big strings. Case in point is you look at Manchester. When Baines was the mayor, he started Manchester being a sanctuary city. They have been trying to, the last 3 mayoral terms, to get out of it, and they cannot. Once the federal government gets their hands on you, they've got you. And that's why I'm against it. And the other reason, too, is I'm also against it because of this smart code. Because that leaves us open to almost anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Katie Benner.
Hi.
3 minutes.
I've been a regular since May, all right? I've attended, I don't know how many selectmen's meetings. I've been pleading with everybody. I've been going door to door, all right? And the town has to do better, number one, to notify people. And the town hasn't done that. I think the town has tried to sneak all this in without people knowing, all right? The reason why all these people are here this evening is not because the town notified these people, is because a group of us, all right? And I put my glasses on so I can read some of the names, okay? Mr. Burt, okay, Donna Pernard, Cheryl Anderson, Nancy, Teresa, the hairdresser, and Donna Pernard's husband, myself, my husband, okay? We've been going door to door physically since May, okay? And I'm going to submit some signatures tonight, okay? We're the ones that have let the people know what's going on, okay? We've done a mailer, 25 minutes. I've been begging the town since May, give us signs, give us signs. Okay, finally, a couple days before this meeting, I went to see Mr. Bousquet. I pleaded with them. I said, Mr. Bousquet, I said, you can't let this go through. Please, please, notify the people. Put the notice on the sign at the school. He did finally, but it's because of me, okay? The town has to. I'm asking people here, who wants notification on a sign at Bartlett School or by Bartlett School, the high school and the middle school when things like this go on? Okay, we shouldn't have to
look in the computer. We shouldn't have to look in the newspaper because we might miss things. And there's a lot of elderly people that don't have computers. We have to have notifications. For instance, zoning changing on Mass Road, planning board meeting, 7 p.m., Tuesday night, the date. Put it on a big sign so people know, so we can get involved. It's our town. We need to know these things. So I would like to dispute saying that you reached out to us, because you have not, okay? And my friend Linda, that I didn't know lived in Pinardville or Goffstown, okay?
22 years.
Okay, for 22 years, I ran into her at the gas station. I said, and I was going from business to business. I said, Linda, do you know about this? No, she did not. So what email that you sent me refusing to put any signs up was incorrect, because a lot of people did not know. And the gentleman that spoke up did not know until I reached out to him also. So we need to get these signs, okay? If you can spend money for stupid things, you can spend money for these signs.
Yeah.
Another thing I would like to dispute, okay, is that the plan is only an idea. It is not, okay? It's not a conceptual idea, okay? It goes hand to hand, okay? This community plan goes hand to hand with the zoning or the character-based plan, all right? It's all in one, all right? And it's gonna rule us, no matter what you say, okay? If you're not working here in a couple of years, okay, or even if you're working here, what's gonna rule? A legal document or a person's word or handshake? The legal document.
I know.
And what
Excuse
is the
me.
legal document?
Excuse me, Ms. Benner. Please address the chair.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, please address the chair and speak to the issue, if you would, please.
It's the legal document that's going to rule. It's not someone's word or handshake. So we can't let this go through. Something that I had written for the Goffstown Today, all right? Also, we've been writing a lot of letters, okay, to try to inform people, to reach out. We've been writing to the Goffstown News, to Goffstown Today, to the Union Leader. I mean, every week. This has been so stressful for me. You know, this has created a lot of stress. When I looked at the map and I saw that possibly my front yard could be gone or my backyard could be gone. But anyhow, let me read to you a little bit of what I wrote. Okay, let us be realistic. Will a plan that calls for businesses to have 0 to 10 feet maximum for front setbacks and side setbacks of only 0 to 5 feet be a plan that is really good for businesses? Will it really make Pinardville more attractive? I think not. Some may have visions and dreams to make Pinardville better, but if you really look at the plan and not just listen to the ones that are trying to push it, you will see that the plan is a pure nightmare, and it definitely will not make Pinardville a go-to place. Pinardville is the plan that will result in businesses being on top of each other. It will create fire hazards, and having more density will create more crime. Plan Pinardville does not make things easier for business. It just does the opposite. It puts on too many restrictions. The plan rules pretty much everything. It specifies roof types, allows only a few types of signage, mandates that retail frontage be 70% clear glass, and it mandates that certain trees be planted. It mandates the sizes of awnings. It specifies where parking can go, and even if you can have a yard. And the list of restrictions just keep going on and on. You know, our freedom's going to be gone forever if you allow this to go through. You know, this is our state. It says live free or die. You can't restrict everything. Okay, supporters of this plan are saying that the plan will make it easier for residents to put in decks and sheds and porches. They're not telling you the truth. See page 28 of the character-based plan. It specifically says that porches are not permitted. Yes, that's correct. Porches are not permitted. Okay, supporters of this plan are saying that local residents have been heard and that the connectivity has been removed from the plan. Again, don't believe this. This is an incorrect statement, as page 28 of the character-based plan reflects alleys. Okay, section 3, page 46 of the final draft with the committee changes on 8/13/13 states, the plant wants to enhance secondary streets and alley networks. Secondary networks and streets, okay, should be created whenever possible. That's what it says. rear lanes, alleys, and when space permits, a proper street should be created. We, the residents of Pinardville, are at risk of losing our backyards and alleys to connectors and our front yards to wider roads and parking. The residential section will not be saved. We too will be sucked up. Plan Pinardville has already caused a lot of hardships. People's properties, including Cody's Diner, were displayed reflecting the plan taking away their parking and frontage. I asked myself, how can someone be so heartless to think that it's okay to do this? It's very sad to see how people have been treated in this whole Plan Pinardville project. I cannot believe that the town officials are okay with displaying a business owner of 46 years, okay, on a town map reflecting that their land and parking be taken away. And to top it off, Mr. Cody has stage 4 cancer. He wanted to retire. He was trying to sell his property. But who's going to actually buy a property if they're listed on the town with their parking and land being taken away? Okay? Is this how we really are supposed to take care of business owners and residents? Okay? On the contract, we may be with New Hampshire Housing, but HUD has the agreement with New Hampshire Housing. HUD's name's all over the contract. If something happens that HUD does not like, I'm sure that HUD won't take long to funds for an attorney, and they're going to take us to court. That's what's going to happen. See page 13 of the New Hampshire contract, New Hampshire Housing contract. It states, if there's I can't talk, I'm sorry. If this dispute arises, the grant officer shall prepare the final decision. And look what happened again to Westchester County. They accepted the grant, and now they're in the fight for their life. They have to build 10,760 units to meet HUD's definition of fair housing. The housing in Westchester County is going to cost the county between $700 million and $1 billion, and that's besides education. If they have to pay for education, it's probably going to double that. Looking at the plan and seeing apartment complexes everywhere, even in Shaw's parking lot, and seeing what happened to Westchester County, New York, does indeed indicate that our taxes will go up. Please believe what you see and what we can back up and what we're saying, because this is all in the plan. Okay, please look at the community plan and the character-based zoning and see what I'm saying is correct. Okay, this plan is going to rule us, and it's going to be really bad for us. And P.S., okay, once we enter this contract, it's not going to take time, okay, for other parts of Goffstown to be hit. And also, after this meeting tonight, per the notes that I saw on 8/29/13, okay, the CIP minutes indicate that Mr. Brian Rose, our town planner, is going to ask for another $140,000 to finish this master plan. That's right, folks. He is asking tonight, you may want to stay.
No.
Okay, you may
Please.
may want to stay.
Excuse
okay?
me.
That's a request that's going to be made tonight.
Excuse me, we're not, okay, I'll be running that meeting also, but please address it. Just please address the chair, and no personal attacks.
Okay.
I just want to let you know that it's going on 9 minutes.
Okay, I am done. Oh, by the way, before I'm done, I'd like to present some signatures that I've collected, okay? These I have copies of, so I will submit to you, okay, this evening. Okay, these I just got tonight, so I will like to make copies, and then I will bring them back to you tomorrow, okay? But this is a total of 580 signatures, 587 signatures that we collected from door to door and from tonight, okay? But it also includes the 190 that was part of the unblocking of the streets, but it all has to do with the plan. So basically, we have 587 signatures of people that do not want anything to do with this plan. Please say no.
Thank you.
Put that on your dislikes page on Facebook.
Alan Yaden.
I think I'm in the minority. Good evening. My name is Alan Yaten. I live at 82 Hillcrest Road here in Goffstown. I was unable to participate in the Plan Bernardville for work reasons, but I have read all those reports. I've read every minute. I've looked at every video of meetings. I've attended the last 5 or 6 meetings except for one during the month of July and August. And I think I've come to a conclusion about 3 things. 1, this is a report and a study. It's not the final essay on what needs to happen in Bernardville. I believe the board has to accept it as a report in its entirety. Now, this committee has sought to eliminate certain things which I think encourage development, i.e., the aspect of St. Anselm's. Now, St. Anselm's has been before this board on numerous occasions and said, no, we don't want to grow. But maybe they need a little encouragement. So maybe allowing them to do something under some future plan is not a bad thing. Then we have housing in Bernardville. Now, my wife might talk to me when I get home because she was born and brought up in Bernardville on Rochambeau Street, right behind Bernard's. And I'd like to say one thing. I've been here 40 years, and I really haven't seen a whole lot of change on Mass Road in 40 years. Now,
living in your basement?
actually, I pretty much, I'm aware of what goes on in Bernardville and most of Goffstown, because that's my job. But the result of the hard work of the committee needs to be recognized. They just didn't take this on and do it. They took it on and did it for the benefit of the community, whatever the result is. Okay? There's a lot of good ideas, a lot of bad ideas. In my opinion, only one. Okay? There are some things in there that I disagree with. I've also told Brian that I disagree with some, and he said, okay. But that's our right. But what we miss in this whole study is there's not one mention in that report on how to encourage the people that are already there how to do something. There's not even a program to do it. So if you want to take and make change in Bernardville, then somehow this town has to find the right incentive to make that happen. I believe Plan Bernardville, as the way the report is written, not anything else, is the first step. Step number 2, you are all elected officials. It is your job to write the master plan. It is your signature that goes on all these master plans and their amendments. I think if you read the 85 pages, there's not one of you here that would say, it's okay, let's sign the dotted line. I think the document that you have in front of you needs to be edited by this board to what you think Goffstown needs to be in the future, and what parts of that report will implement and affect the development in Bernardville and in Goffstown, because it will affect other development in Goffstown, not just Bernardville, whatever you might want to call it Bernardville. But I'll be the first one before this board, and I'll pick on that report because I want something in it to apply somewhere else in town. And you all know it. If you don't know it, you're going to see it in about 4 weeks, because I'll be back. So you have a right, and that's what you're here for, is to edit that master plan and put and adopt into that master plan any provisions of this report that you think is effective for this town. That's what you're elected for. Now, if these folks don't like it, we go to the polls and we get somebody else there. They will do what the public wants. But in your wisdom, you have to have the wisdom to say, this is best. You have to have the vision to say, this is the best for the community. Now, when I look at this document, I have 3 comments. Eliminate the accolades, I don't want to read any report that glorifies so-and-so did this. I like to have pictures that show Goffstown, not Market Square, Portsmouth, or some other place, as an example. Maybe we don't have examples. We probably don't. Then don't put them in. But don't put a plan in there that's actually in the master plan from Londonderry, because I just read the darn thing. That's my business. Your consultant did their master plan. And it's worded exactly the same. It's verbose. How about we use simple English? None of the wheres, why fors, therefores, whatever. I'm not a lawyer. I understand simple English. This document is not simple English at all. Now, after you've got the master plan underway, you have one other thing to do. You have to edit this thing again. I got my little booklet here called, whatever you want to call it, Section 8, Planning. Too bad they can't put the map on the cover page with north is up. It always is in my profession anyways. It's poorly edited, so it needs severe editing. It's verbose, meaning and redundant. You could take one sentence and cut out 7 paragraphs. Does a planning board really want all of this ordinance? You have the right to amend this. So do it, if you want to. All these sections don't have to be in there. I'm not telling you what you can do. I served on this board for 6 years. I know what you can do, and you have the right to do it. That's why you're here. So, last but not least, number 4, about this evening. I'm pretty upset I had to sit in the hallway where I couldn't hear anything for an hour and a half. Okay? And I'll blame the chairman for that, because he can organize this and he can call this meeting to have it to reconvene to somebody can make a motion. I didn't see anybody do it. Okay? So now you have people out there that might have been in favor of you, stood out in the hallway. I can tell you right now, all I heard out there was, no, 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 no. Okay? So, the end is this. I think, and I've always said, and I always stated, as an elected member of this board a few years ago, and as an architect and planner with 40 years' experience, Pinardville needs a plan. It really does. But you should think of it as how it might affect other portions of the town, because you're going to have to adjudicate it in the future. How about the zoning board of adjustment? I would take this plan and I would be at the ZBA requesting the same thing up on High Street tomorrow. And you're going to say, well, we can have it in Pinardville, we can't have it here? Last but not least, I said here during some of the visual presentations done by our consultant, because I'm a Goffstown resident, so it was our consultant, and I was not impressed at all. Now, I wasn't in the selection process, and I don't want me to pick on them, but we could have done better. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Lebrecq.
My name is Gail Lebrecq, and I do live in Goffstown, not in Pinardville. But I am here to say that I am in favor of the plan. I travel to and through Pinardville regularly in the course of all that I do. I pay taxes to the town that help rebuild Mast Road or the other streets in Pinardville, that help with support the school. My taxes and my interest lies in Pinardville as much as the people in Pinardville, and so does everybody else in Goffstown, whether they live in Pinardville or not. It's long been said that Goffstown needs more business to help offset our rising taxes, but we've had limited success in attracting businesses to our town. And why is that? Pinardville has much of the infrastructure needed. It has public water and sewer and gas. It has access to the highways and other towns and cities. But it's not seen as a go-to kind of place. If you're going out for the night, it's not in Goffstown. And I would like to see that it could be more of that. Businesses don't see it as a place amenable for their businesses. I would like to see more businesses come in to help offset my rising taxes. People drive through Goffstown as they go elsewhere, and a lot of times they don't even know they've been through Goffstown. We've been largely set in our ways and haven't looked to change that. What we see on a daily basis has become routine and acceptable. Richard Girard said in one of his radio shows, he said, "Our sleepy little ways." And I don't want to be a sleepy little town. So I'm thankful for the entire team that has worked on all of this. I'm thankful to Brian and Derek and the staff. I'm thankful to the ad hoc committee and the consultants, and I'm thankful for you guys for the job that you guys have to do as well, because sometimes it's a thankless job. I know that there are aspects of the plan that have not been liked. Everybody's going to have their preferences of what they like and what they don't like about it, but I'm going to ask that you not throw out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak. Those who have worked diligently on the plan have heard the concerns of the local residents. They've removed the connectivity suggested between the residential streets. Rather than considering all of Pinardville, the focus has become the Mass Road corridor, especially with a goal toward bringing businesses to Goffstown. And as a result of expressed concern, they removed the aspects of the plan that included residential areas. Personally, I think that's a mistake. Residents have expressed concerns about the 48 apartment units being built off of Moose Club Park. They were approved because they met the criteria. I was criticized for saying this plan met the criteria, so let me explain. Every rule has an exception in life and in the zoning ordinances and development regulations. In zoning and in planning, if they can show they meet certain other criteria, an applicant is granted their conditional use permit, their variance, or their special exception. So that's how Moose Club Park came to be. The concerns about eminent domain are addressed throughout the plan. The plan doesn't support or advocate seizing property to accomplish any of the examples contained within the plan. And it's black and white, yet people choose not to believe it or to promote the potential anyway. Much concern has been expressed about the examples in the plan, but they're just examples of what can be done. There's no requirement to develop anything. Cody's Corner was just an example. It's a shame that the Codys were so upset, but they're not obligated to do anything, and the town's not going to be taking their land. It's just it's an idea that can be used anywhere, and it can be used nowhere. The ideas are there to help improve Pinardville as property owners come to the town with an application. It's not for current homeowners who want to keep their property as it is. It's for it's for new development. But with the newly implemented guidelines and zoning ordinances, changes can be made over time that will benefit all of us. It's not going to be something that starts as soon as this is approved. This is going to be years and years in the making. The examples in the plan won't be implemented. I just said that. People will not lose their home or their property. The concerns about HUD involvement were addressed when a representative from HUD came to speak at the meeting on August 27th or the 20th. And I have his comments here written out if you want to read them from the minutes, the things that he said in answer to their questions. The contract with the town is with the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. It's not with HUD, and HUD is not in the business of property development or management. That was one thing that Greg Carson said when he made his presentation before the ad hoc committee. The town's contract with NHFA was to create a plan, period. The concerns about workforce housing were addressed, and it was explained that workforce housing is not the low-income housing that most people imagine it to be. They used the case of Westchester County, New York as an example. We've heard that a couple of times tonight. but it's a case that's not on point to what we have here, and I also have that if you'd like. I have the stipulation in order of settlement and dismissal, and I have the court summary. They are not on point. There is nothing similar to what to compare Westchester County to Goffstown, New Hampshire. Bill Wright made some very wise comments in one of our meetings, one of the ad hoc committee meetings, and he said, you have to decide if you're trying to create character or a parking lot. If you lapse back into conventional thinking and leave it like it is, it will keep creating the same results. If you want to develop character, what you are regulating can create that character. In his statement, he was talking about the code, but it applies to the whole plan. And what I say is, if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. The conceptual plan can bring character to Pinardville as it's implemented over the years. I emphasize, over the years. It will draw businesses here as they see the town is committed. There are many great ideas contained within the plan. And again, I caution you using Bill Wright's analogy. Sometimes when you pull one thread in a garment, a whole lot of things can go wrong. The hardest part is to see how changes will affect the rest. I'm a member of the zoning board, and we see many requests from residents who want to do something on their property, yet they need a variance or a special exception because Pinardville is so different from the rest of Goffstown. It's unique from the remainder of the town. The lots are different, the density is greater. Some changes in the ordinance would make it easier and less costly for them to make those changes. Plan Pinardville isn't just about bringing business to Goffstown, although that would be nice to help offset our taxes. It's about creating character and identity for Pinardville. It's a unique area which can be enhanced with a sense of community. It's about making the process easier for applicants to use their own property. It's about improving traffic and creating more and better access to public spaces. It's about making Pinardville especially a go-to place for businesses, for individuals, and for families, residents and non-residents alike. It won't be done overnight. It takes time. One step at a time, it can be done. So I encourage you to adopt this plan for the town of Goffstown. Otherwise, we can stay with our sleepy little ways. But for me, I prefer to progress as a town and to bring in business and hopefully stop my taxes from climbing.
Thank you.
No, I said I do not.
No, please. Please. Let's continue. John Burt.
John, can you pass the cases over?
Pass the what?
The cases over. The Westchester
Oh,
cases.
sorry.
Cake? You were getting the same.
I thought you said coffee and donuts there, Bob. Sorry.
It'd be decaf, it wouldn't work. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fine committee members. I am Representative John Burt. I live in Goffstown on 7 Bay Street, and that's part of Pinardville. I'm going to be honest with you. One of the reasons I do not like this, I am a 53-year-old man. I was born and raised in the old Vermont. I'm a Yankee. I have roots to New Hampshire back in the 1700s, and that's what brought me here. Being an old Yankee, Yankees don't like change, and that's part of it. The change that's coming forward is not my vision of what New Hampshire should look like. I, too, also want to thank everyone that put in literally thousands and thousands of hours. But bottom line, if something comes in bad and you spend months and months and months on it and the end result is still bad, do you say, oh, maybe we should adopt this because we have so many hours in it, even though it's bad? And that's the way I see it. So I ask you, please do not bring this forward. I want to talk a little bit about when I met Brian Wright. I met him across from Shaw's. He looks at me. He sees my state rep badge. I introduce myself. Well, at that point, he's thinking, oh, great. He's one of the government guys. So he looks at me and he goes, what in the heck is going on up here? I said, what do you mean? He said, well, normally when I go into a town or a city, I only have to talk 3 to 5 selectmen or maybe 10 or 12 aldermen, whatever sits on the board. That's all I got to do is just talk them into it. I don't have to talk the whole town into it. I looked at him and I said, welcome to New Hampshire, the live free or die state. He was brought back on that a little bit, and I said, well, let me tell you something. I'm not a big government guy. And he says, well, you're a state rep. I said, well, why do you think I'm there? To slow this behavior down. There's a part of me, and I probably shouldn't say it here, but I'm just very angry that this is even in front of our town. So there's a part of me that is thinking about running for selectman in March. Because this is not the vision I'm hearing Goffstown residents tell me they want. And our current select board has ignored the wishes of, I believe, most Goffstown residents. I want to touch real quick on Westchester County. I've been in contact with them for weeks. They have seen this plan, and the past speaker is absolutely right. It is a little different. But what they told me, they said, don't kid yourself, it's still HUD. Even though it's through the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, HUD controls them with their strings. Westchester County has to spend $500,000 a year in advertising other parts of the country to bring low-income people to them. So are we going to have to spend, say, because we're so much smaller, I mean, they got in one county, I think they got $1.5 million or something like that. Are we going to have to spend $25,000, $50,000, $100,000? I don't know what the number is, if that's what HUD says. Well, the fine people of Westchester have offered their services to me. They said if it passes this board tonight, they will come here, they will hold meetings, and they will do everything they can to assist us in killing this in the March ballot. Because they said, the people I spoke with said, please, you got to make sure that your planning board, if they have the authority to stop this, to please stop it. They didn't have any choice. The legislators, it was, I think he said 18 people or 20 people. That's what made the choice for the whole county. And now what started with a $55 million obligation, HUD wants a $1 billion obligation. So now they're stuck in court. What would that cost us if we had to go down that road? I don't even want to envision. So in closing, I just want to show you, I sent a mailer out to 2,500 people. And I asked them to please come to my meeting that I held Tuesday and then also to show up here. For the viewers at home, I want to make sure they understand this room, according to the fire chief, is full to the capacity. The hallway's full, and people are in another room. So I want the viewers to understand that, because that's the Goffstown residents. I want them to understand there are a lot of people here. I want to just touch very brief on just a couple emails. And with these emails, I'll send, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, because I would like to share them with everybody. I will email you all the emails in an attachment, and then you can do as you please. But these are the emails. 181, and they were still coming in when I left. I thought it was pretty cool last night because my computer, every time I get an email, it makes that little noise. Ding, ding. Well, that thing was going off wild last night about every 4 to 5 minutes for about 3 hours. Apparently, when people got home after supper, it started about 7, and about 9:30, almost 10 o'clock, it slowed down. And I'm just looking at it going, oh my God, this is America. I really enjoyed seeing all those emails, even though it was a pain to print them all, but I'm happy to do that. I do want to read just 2 emails, and then I'm done. This Andre Saint Laurent, if I pronounce his name right, he's on Holly Street in Manchester. It's Pinardville. I want to make sure he understands one thing because he wrote it in the email. Sir, if you're watching, I'm not voting on this because let me read what he said. Mr. Burt, State Rep, you need to say no to Plan Pinardville in its entire, both the master plan and the SMART code. Goffstown can take care of business without the feds' interference. Don't forget, you can be replaced as a state rep if you decide to vote yes. And you can take that to the bank. Well, I just want to make sure he knows that I'm not voting on this if this gets by. Because I am running for re-election. Another one, real quick, and then I'll wrap it up. Judy, what is it, Layermere? Okay. She also says the same thing. She says, John, please say no to Plan Pinardville, both the master plan, we don't need the federal interference. But then she also says, with a country that claims to be so much in debt, we are trying to get money for all these grants. It is from the American taxpayers who are borrowing from other countries. The government already owns many abandoned buildings all over the country. Why can't they turn them into the HUD and other government-affiliated organizations and leave Goffstown alone? Well, that's all I have to say, and I just want to thank you for your work tonight, and I ask you, please, say no to this, because I did hear one person speak that it is your obligation to send something forward, but if it's bad, why send that forward? We don't need HUD to tell us what to do, even though they say they're not there, but they are. Thank you.
That's the conclusion of the sheets that I have for speakers.
Can I check over there?
Yes, please, if there's anybody else that would like to speak.
Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Yes.
Is there anybody that wants to speak? Anybody? Oh, there's another room here. Is there anybody that wants to speak?
Well, yeah, yes. Another speaker, yes, sir.
Yeah, my name's Norm LaValle. I live in Pinardville, Goffstown.
Okay.
I just wanted to say something real quick, and I really don't want to take too much time. It seems we've got this a little screwy. It seems like we put the cart before the horse. Shouldn't the ad hoc committee have come to Pinardville and solicited ideas and suggestions from the citizenry before they hired this person from Tennessee to come and tell us what to do? It just seems, like I said, it seems like the cart was put before the horse. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Lavalley. We have one more speaker. Okay. Hello. Please state. Okay.
My name is Riley, and I'm speaking for the children.
Riley, what is your last name?
Webb.
Webb. Thank you.
I'm speaking for the children who will be affected by this. Bartlett School in Pinardville. How the parents feel if there are people just randomly walking around during recess time. With this common land, people will have the right to be able to walk all over your lawn. You have no say about it. And it's not right because people need privacy. We can't just have people walking around. We legally owned our land. And now people want to take it away from us? That's not right. And the children, I know one of my friends, he doesn't know about it, and he lives in Pinardville, and he thinks it won't be right, too. Even though he's not present, he wanted me to speak for him, and this is the words he wanted me to say is, I live closer to Bartlett, and I know how one of my friends will be affected, and he won't think it's right. I don't think it's right. And lots of other kids who I know who live in Goffstown don't think it's right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our future is in good hands. Are there any more speakers? Okay. I do have, and I just want to, as part of this public comment, normally I wasn't going to, but is there anybody, we have the Director of Housing Urban Development of New Hampshire here with us this evening, Mr. Greg Carson, and if anybody has any questions, he's been so gracious as to join us tonight. Anyone on the board, because he's doing this as a favor to inform the public if anyone has any questions. So if anyone on the board has a question for him, please do it. Ask him now. And I have just one question, that the process that has gone on tonight, that the plan has been presented to the planning board, we have fulfilled our obligation to HUD and the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. Is that correct?
As I said in our previous meeting, that I am the director of the U.S. Department, the field office director for New Hampshire for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and I don't represent New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, which is a state agency controlled by the state of New Hampshire. It is my understanding that that the delivery of the plan to the planning board was, in fact, the component to complete the process. And if New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority reports back to HUD that is the completion of the process, then we'll have no objections to that. Obviously, that there was no expectation ever that a plan coming to this board could you could contract for an up or down vote, a yay or a nay, because that would just be unconstitutional. So. So no, it's my understanding that New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, and expressed that in a letter to the, I think the chairman of the Board of Selectmen and to the town administrator, would be that if the plan was completed and delivered to the planning board, that would conclude the process.
Thank you. Leah, certainly.
Peripheral question. So $1 million was given to New Hampshire from HUD in this.
For this particular, there was 2 grants. One went to basically the New Hampshire Regional Planning Commissions as a group. They applied as a single group, and they got $3.37 million. New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority applied separately and got $1 million to do smaller planning grants for smaller communities and towns to supplement the master planning process, which, as you know, is mandated by state law and is controlled by, you know, the New Hampshire legislature and Representative Burt and Representative Heichel and all those.
So, just out of curiosity, what kind of money do the feds blow through with all these grants for all these plans and all this? I mean, that money could be used to build housing somewhere instead of
you know,
talk.
I understand that question, and having at one time been the chief operating officer of most of Medicare, the rounding numbers are astounding when you put the number of zeros at the end, and I certainly agree with you. There's a lot of money spent.
What is that number?
For just for HUD or just for the entire federal government?
No, I mean for HUD. Like, so you gave $1 million for this purpose to New Hampshire for these little towns to take a look at their individual planning needs. What in a year does the federal?
I think for the Sustainable Communities Grant Program, and I'm going to guess off the top of my head, it's somewhere around $60 to $80 million for just that initiative alone.
And that's different than this CDBG that's in that pleading.
Community Development Block Grant money, which is something that, for example, I think the one example that people would recognize here would be when Granite Street in Manchester, the bridge over by the baseball park was redone. That's money that's used as Community Development Block Grant money that, they do big infrastructure issues, things along that line. That was a separate item. And I'll only make one point because the details are so monotonous and there's so much misinformation. But the only reason Westchester County is in where they are today, in the entire process, is Westchester County defrauded the taxpayers of the United States of America, and they got themselves in trouble by lying to the federal government. So as long as Goffstown does not intend on defrauding the federal government, I wouldn't worry about what happened in Westchester one bit. Like it or not, those are the facts, and while people are entitled to opinions, they're not entitled to their own facts.
If you can, just in a very brief moment, what lie did they tell?
Westchester County claimed that they were doing an assessment of the impacts to fair housing, and that's not just low-income people, it's not ethnicity, it's for veterans, it's denial of housing for single mothers with children, for the elderly. There's an assessment that must be done and used as part of the application process to justify getting and continuing to get their Community Development Block Grant money. Okay, Westchester County did not do that, and in fact, made misrepresentations of that, saying that, oh no, everything's fine in Westchester County. We don't have all of those problems. But of course, when you actually look, Westchester County is, while racially diverse, when you look at the entire width of the county, the individual communities are not diverse at all.
So when they applied for the grant, they were obligated. What's the language it uses
They're
here?
Obligated to do the
inter alia, which means among other things.
They're obligated to do the assessment. There is nothing in the obligation or the grant that says they have to do a darn thing about it. They just have to do the assessment, and that's what got them in trouble.
Must comply with, inter alia, the provisions of the Housing and Community Development Act.
Yes.
So Manchester, when they built their bridge and they got the grant, they are obligated, inter alia, to do these things that are built into these fine print.
Yep. Assessments, for impacts to fair housing. Like I said, it's fair housing is a lot of things, and not just what people think. Is
Thank you.
One issue.
Any other questions? Yes, you can ask a question of Mr. Carson, certainly.
Mr. Grayson, is it?
No, it's Carson, Greg Carson.
Mr. Carson. I'm just curious, and this is just a curious question. I was at the August 27th meeting here in this room, and you said that you, HUD, had given the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority the money, the grant, and they in turn would deal with Goffstown or the ad hoc plan committee, and your job was done. And yet I'm just curious as to why the other 3 meetings that I've been to, including the one in Bartlett's, you're at each one of these meetings. If your job is done, why is it you're keeping a pulse on this whole thing?
That's an excellent question, okay? And I'm going to give you the answer. I was invited to come to each of those meetings by people in this room, and I
did.
After hours, and because people asked me, they said they want to have somebody who would, could speak from authority of what actually HUD was or wasn't doing.
Why wouldn't that person be from the New Hampshire Housing and Finance Authority? Why wouldn't they be here to represent any questions?
I'm sorry, as I said earlier, I don't represent the state agency, the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. I couldn't answer for them, and it would be appropriate for me to.
Thanks.
But I was invited by people here in Goffstown.
Just curious.
Multiple people, as a matter of fact.
Can I just say on the record that I originally.
One question from Rich Barnes. Rich Barnes, if you would please.
You used a term, sustainability, and it's mighty troubling to me to hear that term, primarily because Agenda 21 of the United Nations is about sustainable development. Now, is HUD getting money from the UN that we, as U.S. taxpayers, gave to the UN to push this sustainability development on us?
I am not an expert on the United Nations. I don't believe that there's any money coming from the United Nations to support the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. From what I understand, the United Nations is, a bigger organization getting money from all the, from states like,
But is the Housing and Urban Development getting some guidance from those benevolent people at the UN with sustainable development?
I can say this unequivocally. No, the United Nations does not direct any, programs or provide guidance to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
But sustainability and development, those two terms first came out from the UN, and now we are embracing this wonderful commune so that we can all be happy together.
You know something that I don't, sir, but sustainable communities, the Sustainable Development Program actually predated the the first George W. Bush signing the treaty with the what was called Agenda 21, but that was actually a term that was done actually in the 50s about sustainable development, long before there was the United Nations promoting sustainable development worldwide. So the term is a planning term, and planning is planners tend to be the people that have the monopoly little houses, and they put them all over the board as they put them all over your map. Engineers will tell you that those things actually don't work, but there's no connection here if you're looking for some giant conspiracy theory, the United Nations telling the federal government what to do. So thank you.
No, thank you. It's just the way things move.
Thank you, Roy. Brian? No? You sure?
No.
Okay. Brian, Mr. Carson, thank you.
Thank
Greg,
you very much.
you.
No,
Oh,
not done yet.
Excuse me?
Do you mind?
uh,
It's up to you.
As long as the questions are regarding
if this question is regarding Plan Bernardville,
It is.
I'd be very then.
Well, it has to do with the money.
Please give us your name then.
Matt Burke.
Matt Burke. Okay.
Mr. Carson, how are you tonight?
Nice to see you again.
Is this town on the hook?
Well, let me. I will interpret what you say by being on the hook. The town is on the hook for a lot of things that have nothing to, with the federal government, that have nothing to do with this plan. I mean, the town is required to follow the federal laws on fair housing development, on reporting elements. You receive monies from other programs. This particular program, the application that you made to New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority for this program, does not encumber the town any more so than they already have been. There's no new or added or actually any intended new hooks to be put on because you participated in this program.
I'm not talking new hooks. I'm talking the original hook.
There is
Or other things that we could be on the hook for. Other
the
programs.
town. This money was given for the town, through the state agency for the town to help use to supplement their master planning process, which is a requirement under state law. there's no hook, unless you've deceived, HUD in regards, or, New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority in regards to, did people use the money inappropriately? There is no hook attached back to it.
Okay, so if tonight this board decides we're not going to do this, it's goodbye, good night, good luck?
As I said before, the interpretation and the understanding that I have, seen from the correspondence from New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority to this town, town council, and to the town manager was that, their interpretation was the delivery of the plan to the planning board, regardless of what planning board action would be, okay, completes the process. You can't contract for a positive vote from a separately elected board. It just doesn't work in the law.
So we're on the hook.
No, what I'm saying is that you're good. There is nothing left to do.
Yeah. I think what Mr. Carson is saying is that we are not on the hook. We have fulfilled our obligation to the Finance Authority through the contract. And
from the letter that the Finance Authority has written, New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority has written to your town, that's what that description is. So.
Yes. Chris, did you have a question?
No, that was fine. I just want to clarify that whether this is up or down vote, we fulfilled our obligation, and that's
matter.
You cannot. It is illegal to say if you move forward, then
it would be unenforceable if New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority or anybody else contracted with a community and said it's based on only if the town votes for a particular item.
So we've met our obligations to receive the grant, and from tonight forward, we're parting ways, basically.
Brian had a question for you.
Actually, I just wanted to remind the chair that you opened this up as planning board questions, and I think we've got a little bit off track. I was wondering if perhaps we could get back there.
We can. Yes, we can, and I think we are at that point.
I think we did one more.
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
see, because we've already done it, I'd like to say yes, but this is a rare opportunity to have a very nice gentleman here that's willing to answer these questions, and a lot of people have these questions to be answered. It's only going to take a few more minutes, and I would request that we listen to what everyone has to say, as long as it's okay. I mean, Mr. Carson could certainly talk to them somewhere else, but he's willing to do it here, and I think it's a great place. We're all here to hear this. Mr. Wynn, we had...
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Bill Wynn, 292 Master Road, Goffstown, New Hampshire. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but this is a comment. The people who represent themselves to be the unknown of the invitees of Mr. Carson this evening begs the question why someone from New Hampshire Housing hasn't been invited.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burt has a question also.
Again, Representative John Burt. Mr. Carson, you said, and this is important, even though it is about Plan Pinardville. You said why Westchester got in trouble was they didn't meet their obligation with.
They lied about it. I mean, they defrauded. Yes. Okay, so there's a big difference between not meeting, which is up for debate, and defrauding. And despite what the county executive said, and he said a lot of things that just weren't true in that videotape, which is as a result, the court has actually ordered them to do the things that he said that they weren't supposed to do. But yes, they defrauded, and there's a big difference between defrauding and not meeting an obligation under a contract.
And just for clarification, because I took a quick look at the case, and it would appear that there was a judgment in 2009 finding that there was fraud perpetrated,
in court, yes.
And that the other one was that months later there was actually an agreement made in light of the court finding. That sounds like how it was actually resolved, and that the fraud from Westchester, which is a very large county, which includes not only very populated areas, but the town where the Clintons bought their residence after he was no longer elected president. It's a very large, unique, and in some areas very affluent sections. That the fraud apparently occurred over a period of years, in regards to accepting large sums of money over a period of years, in regards to representations as to what they were doing in connection with reapplying using the same fraud repeatedly. Is that a fair summary of the Westchester case? All right, I just wanted to clarify that because it wasn't clear that that was what was going on.
Yes.
Okay. Then would you disagree, and I'm not talking to the janitor over there, I'm talking to high officials.
Yes.
And I call them as a state representative. And when I talk to them, they are telling me they did not defraud anybody. And the reason they went to the settlement, which was originally $55 million, now it's more, was because it was cheaper to do it that way. And the way it was explained to me, where HUD considers fraud, is, for example, I live on Bay Street. I can afford that $160,000 home. HUD is saying, you know what? John Burt deserves to live up in the hills on Cinnamon Drive or wherever the $400,000 homes are. Well, I don't live there because I can't afford it. And according to these gentlemen that I'm talking with, they're saying HUD says, no, you put low-income housing in there, and that's how they broke the contract. It was the laws that you implemented onto them, or HUD did, not you personally, but that HUD implemented. So they were following the current law, and that's why it's still back in court now.
Just two things. One with a little bit of a grin on my face, which will be the second item. The first item is the court found that they actually did defraud. HUD didn't find that they defrauded. The Department of Justice didn't defraud. A judge found that they had defrauded. So whether they like that opinion or not, in what the county executive there now says, well, I didn't commit any fraud or do any defrauding. That was a previous administration. Don't blame me. But then again, to my second comment, where people are telling you, well, we didn't do this, or HUD now says 10,000 units, which is just the term of taking an example to an absurd extreme. That's the example that the county executive was actually using in that. HUD has not asked them to develop or told them that they would develop 10,000 units, et cetera. Shockingly enough, Representative Burt, are you surprised that a politician looking to get reelected will actually not tell exactly the truth on a video so that when he's delivering a State of the Union address? I mean, come on, that would be a little bit naive.
Well, he did say it's Republicans run right now.
Yeah,
and it's 2-1 Democrat over there.
Absolutely.
Because that's how mad the Democrats were when this went through.
I don't disagree that the people that were there before really screwed up, and that's it. So, but that doesn't have anything to do with the plan.
It doesn't. But my biggest picture here is why I wanted to bring that up, is because why do we want to go down that path?
You're not. I mean, unequivocally, you are not in that same. You're not going down that path. You're not in that same boat. You've not done anything that would get you into federal court and show that you're not discriminating against people. I mean, we would know all this stuff here because these impacts to fair housing assessments are being done. Okay, communities are planning. The Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, which you're a member of, is participating in providing this information, and so there is no correlation between what's happened in Westchester County and any city or town in the state of New Hampshire.
So are you saying that because we're in that southern regional planning, that you're going to be looking, not you, but that the feds will be looking at whether we are analyzing race when we decide where to put housing development up?
It's not. It's impacts to fair housing, which is not just race. It's
right, not just.
Socioeconomic
but is it
status.
because we're a member of that Southern Regional Planning
No,
Commission?
it's because it's the federal law that every time that you do these kind of activities, including your master plans, you have to look at, have you complied with the fair housing laws? I mean, that's the law of the land.
Can I just say something in clarification? Fair housing laws apply to a community regardless of whether you take a dime from the federal government. Right. It does not matter whether you get a New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority grant, a HUD grant, or any other type of money from the federal government. These are the fair housing laws of the nation. In conjunction with that requirement, your state has fair housing laws. They go by a different title, they have a different statute. And right now, because it is just about my bedtime, I am drawing a complete blank as to what we referred them to in New Hampshire. Maybe somebody can help me. But there is a statute in regards to, I think I just got it, affordable housing in New Hampshire, all right? And there were people here who I suspect came from another state who talked about low-income housing that was adopted in their community. It is a term that has evolved over time basically to comply with laws that have been on the books from the federal government, I think from the 60s, in regards to fair housing requirements. And it has not necessarily to do with race or religion or where you come from. It is in regards to your ability to get a fair shake at where you want to live, right? Whether you're getting it from a rental person, renting an apartment, whether you're applying for a mortgage, or whether you're going to rent in someone's home. Well, I understand that, but the people who are speaking against this tonight are the ones who have brought it up, consistently saying that because there is HUD money involved in this, that this plan should not be adopted. And I have to tell you that one of my notes, and I apologize for speaking, is I have some confusion as to whether or not the comments were, and we can talk about it later, were to not adopt the plan because there's HUD money and there might be strings attached to it, or because there's something specific in the plan that may not be adopted. So I'm just trying to, I think that the fact that Mr. Carson has come here tonight, I have not met Mr. Carson, I know nothing about Mr. Carson. The fact I have a federal employee here off the hourly clock is very impressive to me. Frankly, he doesn't have to be here, and I apologize if people think that that comment is somewhat out of order. But I thank Mr. Carson for coming here on what would otherwise be a night off for him to deal with, quite frankly, a fairly hostile environment in regards to what...
Oh, come on.
No, I don't think so. I apologize. It was in regards to the fact that that was poor characterization. I think when we started, he thought he was answering questions from us, and he ended up opening it up to everybody.
Thank you for clarifying.
So I want to clarify that. But I do want to clarify, it's my understanding. All right.
I was offered a bribe of 3 jelly beans, so I just declare that now.
There you go. So
I've changed my mind.
Westchester County.
So and it started in Westchester County. So I apologize if people think I've gotten off track, but I am very confused where some of the questions have come from. And fair housing exists regardless. And people are saying that they know that. So I guess we're all back full circle to where we were at the beginning, because it wasn't clear to me that people understood the hook that so far was out there has nothing to do with this plan.
Okay, well, that's... Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Carson, for joining us this evening. My only question is, or my only comment is, we've had it given, and I don't want to take all the time telling you why I don't think we should do this any longer, other than we have a CIP presentation that's going to be going on for probably an hour, maybe, and then I still need to finish, we still need to finish our meeting things that we may have also on the agenda. And at 10 o'clock, we usually like to limit these meetings, so I'll tell you, I think, yeah, I think what, I think,
2 minutes.
I'll give you, how's 1 minute?
All right.
Okay, what's your name, please?
Janet Kaza.
Please, if you don't mind taking one last question.
Actually, it's not even, it's a generalization, okay, statement. I think Pinardville, we're tired number one, of everything being dumped. It seems like everything is dumped up in Pinardville, especially on Mass Road. We're beginning to look like the South Willow Street, all right? The other thing is, we were not hostile. But what happened is this plan, which could have been or could be a good plan, has turned out to be what these hardworking, we Pinardville people who take years to pay off our houses and our land, just like everybody else in Goffstown, we now feel threatened. That's the key word here. Threatened. Our land, our homes, even our lives and our daily way of living. So our environment, everything. And this is Pinardville. I can't stress that enough, okay? If you live there, you would know how we feel. So I would really appreciate if you do not vote this in, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carson,
Thanks,
for
and
your...
you all know how to get a hold of me.
Yes, for being
if
so
you have more
gracious.
questions, but good luck.
Thank you. You have a great night. Yes, at this point, we'll close the public hearing. You're welcome to stay, but there will be no more public comment. Now the board will discuss what they've heard, unless we have some things that we'd like to
So
do
we're
on
just
this.
going to comment on the plan, and then we're going to vote up or down, right? You'll accept a motion after comments? Is that where
Yes,
we are?
we've heard from the people.
Yeah.
Yes, I've sat through the meetings, I've heard the meetings, I've been to the ad hoc meetings, I'm very familiar with this plan. I assume most of you have read it and understand it and have heard the people. So I don't, if you have some...
One comment.
Richard.
Mark mentioned to you, Mr. Chairman, are we going to vote up or down? And you said yes. And I don't want, if you plan on making a motion, I don't want you to feel limited that you can only make that motion.
Right.
What Barbara said earlier is we have a number of options available to us, and you choose whichever ones you want. I got an idea what you're going to choose.
Yeah,
but-
you're right, I misspoke.
But there are a number of options available to you.
Okay.
Well, this is a time for...
All right, I'll just...
Oh, I was going to leave at 7:30.
You were going to leave at 7.
Yeah, so you asked me to stay, and it was so fascinating, I stayed longer.
I thought you
But
meant
I wanna
7
say,
a.m. Sorry about
Brian,
that.
I really appreciate the work that was done on this, and I appreciate your work in particular. I always am happy to see you here. You're very helpful. You bring something to the meetings that make it so I want to be here. And otherwise, I may not want to. But I do have just one comment I'm going to make, and then I'm going to leave you to it because I'm not going to be voting, so I don't want to talk about it anymore. But I think it is inappropriate that I see things in the plan that work to increase the foothold of the government itself within the plan. For instance, the school being discussed as being made larger has been voted down, is it 3 times already? So the voters have said no when they were asked specifically to take the money, spend the money, and now I see it being woven into this plan. And I don't really think that that's a good idea. And I don't think it's a good idea that on the other page here, it says community facilities include services such as safety, police, fire. A focus will be placed on creating better community facilities. I hear that to mean new fire station, new something, something. And I just don't feel like we should weave it into a plan that later on is pointed to as, fait accompli. We got to have it now because it's in the plan. But that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark.
Thank you. I'll share a few comments on this. My main objections to this plan are, number one, the people didn't ask for it. So it was forced down our throats by a few interested parties and a few bureaucracies who love top-down master planning. I prefer bottom-up, more organic, market-driven development, and I think that should be the vision for the future. I want less government involvement, not more regulation. Also, smart code is integral to this plan, but we don't have it yet. They're still working on that, and there are some major, very significant changes to existing ordinances. I think it's too much, too fast. If we want to change the zoning little by little, as we've done in the past, I think that's appropriate, but to do all this in one fell swoop with these 50-page plans, I think is ill-advised, and it's the wrong time for that. So that's why I'll be voting against this plan.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, motions? Chris?
So, I've heard a lot of different views on this. I do agree partially with Mark as far as not moving full steam on the plan in its entirety. However, I do feel as though there's a lot of good things in the plan that should be taken out and tried to be adopted. I do have a real big fear, though, of, I guess, fear. I've heard, eminent domain is a fear, which obviously anyone would be scared of eminent domain, and the expanse and taking over and streets in here. But on the same token, I've also heard people that have worked on this, and through reading it, I've seen that the streets that have been planned, it says clearly they are conceptual. This is not a hard and fast, we're going to have 3 roads here, we're going to build a park here. It's conceptual. It says clearly that there is not going to be any eminent domain. We're not going to come in, take away your property rights or anything. So when people have a fear of that, when it's laid out clearly that that's not going to happen, I guess it gives me pause about the potentiality of being able to move forward with other smaller items that really can help the town, like some zoning to cut the red tape to help get some businesses in here. As far as, I guess, a design goes, I know when I drive down through Bedford and I see the little mall they put in and everything looks a little certain way with a colonial atmosphere. Personally, I think that looks nice. I know when I go to a lot of small towns in New Hampshire and, the stores are all on the front, you can do some window shopping, you can go and grab a bite to eat, sit outside, have a drink, go for a walk in the park. I like that. I'd love to be able to take my girl, walk up the road and, do that here in Goffstown. And we can't because there isn't anything like that. So to be able to have small aspects that we can pick out and try to do that, to have a friendlier community atmosphere with some business and some growth piece by piece, I think would be really good. I just hope that that the fears of things happening won't be taken out of context so we can move forward. That's all.
Thank you, Chris. Phil.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with everything that's been said so far. The most interesting comment that we heard tonight was from Alan Eaton, where his reference to this as a report. And I think he's correct in a way about it being a report, because when you look at it, there are a lot of redundancies in the plan. I mean, I don't know, what is it? I've gone through the entire plan, 70 some odd pages. It could be reduced down to probably at least half of that. There are some things that when you look at it, I mean, there's 4 basic, the 4 nodes that they talk about. I'm familiar with the one that they talk about at Rochambeau and College. The reason why I'm familiar with that is because, as I mentioned earlier, I was involved with the CMAC project when we did the widening and added the 3rd lane in Mast Road. And that Rochambeau College Road intersection was a major portion of where we went. And when I first looked at that node and what they were trying to do there, the first thing that came to me is that that's impossible to do because of what's there. I know the rights-of-ways. I worked with former Selectman John Surratt for the actual corner of where the little park is now, where we when the road was straightened out. And what I was getting at when I brought up the comment earlier about what was in here about the widening of Mast Road. I know what's involved in trying to straighten out issues for roads. And it's not an easy task. It's a very daunting task. There's money involved. You have to deal with people. This eminent domain is not something that we deal with, okay? You get to points where you try to negotiate with people, and I'll give you an example of at the Manchester-Goffstown line, where you go from the 2 lanes into the 3 lanes before you get to Pinard Square, where now when the road was repaved, you had the right-hand turn lane. Prior to that, there was no right-hand turn lane. And part of that reason is, in the original plan, it showed when the state was coming down through and we were putting that road in, it was about a 6-inch discrepancy as to whether or not the lane could be put in or not to be put in. And at the last minute, it was decided that the lane couldn't be put in. So that's why there was never a right-hand turn lane. So you have all this traffic coming into a road, and all of a sudden, you don't have this right-hand turn lane. These are types of issues that a plan of some sort, whether it's this plan or whether it's another plan, but a plan of this sort can kind of address so that at some point in the future, when an application is before the planning board, you can make an allowance in the application to make that available for that turn. And that's what I was getting at when I mentioned about the rest of the widths. Some of these things that I see in here, they're what somebody would look and say, oh, this would be nice as if this is what we did. What kind of a time frame are we looking at? This is not something that is going to be implemented in 6 months, in 2 years. Some of this stuff will probably never happen. As far as master plan, I don't know if this is really quite ready as a master plan, as Mr. Eaton mentioned. I think that this would be better to be accepted as a document to be used when the master plan is going to be redone, so that this could be a report, as Mr. Eaton mentioned, and a reference for those committee members at that point in time to look at, because they go through a public hearing process. We at the planning board go through that, and the portions that people are interested in could be picked out. Portions that are not interested in could be left out. They could be modified or changed. But it would be something as a starting point for the future when the master plan update comes up. And that's as we did with a couple of other documents that we've accepted in the past. So at this point, my feeling is to accept this as accept it as a report from the committee, thank the committee for their work, and accept this as a
We don't want that. We don't want that.
Excuse us. Oh, yeah.
And accept this as a reference report for future study.
I think we have this anyway. I think it belongs to us now. Yeah, we paid for it, but we own it and it's ours, and we are free to do whatever we want to do with it. So I think that goes without saying. I agree with you, but I think that goes without saying that this will be used in future planning, the information in it. Brian.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make the comment that I don't believe that it isn't well enough designed to be part of the master plan. I think you can easily include this as part of the master plan. Take your village master plan, your village plan right there on the front of the wall right there. That was adopted as part of the master plan, and it is exactly what this plan is doing. It's taking an existing developed area and it's redesigning it with parking and new buildings and all sorts of new roads and things like that. And it does exactly the same thing for the Goffstown Village as what this plan suggests. And I just want to remind everybody, there's been 7 years since that Goffstown Village plan was adopted, and no one has cried about it being a part of the village plan. It hasn't changed. The Goffstown Village has not changed based on that plan being implemented as part of the master plan. But that doesn't mean that at some point in time, people can't work towards making some positive change towards that direction. It's something that could easily be part of the master plan, and I don't believe that we have to sell ourselves short by accepting it as a reference document. I think it could be part of the master plan very easily.
Thank you. Comments, questions from the board? Richard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to recognize why we're here and talking about the master plan. So I referenced the RSA 674:2, the New Hampshire statutes, master plan, purpose, and description. To summarize what I consider to be some legal mumbo-jumbo, it basically says the master plan gives legal standing to the implementation of ordinances and other measures. So that's why we're here, because if we accept this, this can be used, I have to use the Miranda warning, it can and will be used against you in the future. That's my impression. So it appears to me that this is a vote to subject all of Goffstown to future regulations, ordinances, and other measures. So just some reasons why I will not be voting for this plan. Is that I see. I looked at I went to the second page of the document before I started highlighting things, and I see one of the guiding principles in the document is climate change. That's a buzzword to take money and property from people. I like the phrase on page 20 where it says, no use of the town's power of eminent domain shall be used for private benefit or gain as a result of this plan. That's what the law says. However, I think this leaves property owners open to the use of eminent domain for the good of the town in support of this plan.
Right.
And this plan creates new ideas that could achieve the public need and public benefit standards. I'm not in favor of that. On page 21, the document states a principle to provide more public spaces within Bernardville and improve access to various areas, including the Goffstown Rail Trail, and make physical improvements within Bernardville that increase housing options and civic life. As I wasn't here when this happened, but as I understand it, the citizens of Goffstown were promised that the rail trail will cost $0 of tax money. And if you've been paying attention, that has not been true. So I do not want that to get codified in our master plan, that spending money on the rail trail from tax dollars is an okay thing to do. Additionally, on page 27, one of the principles is to preserve and protect the residential neighborhoods that abut Mast Road and in areas such as Moose Club Park and Rockland Avenue where affordable and safe residential alternatives are available and need to be maintained. My comment to this, I was loosely following the work of the ad hoc committee. I preferred to get most of my information from the final document in the public hearing. But one of the things that I heard from the discussion was that some of the committee members and many of the business owners along Mast Road had been adamant about ensuring that the zoning of properties that abut Mast Road would be available as commercial in order to promote and attract businesses to Mast Road and Pinardville. But the language in the plan, my interpretation, says that we will protect the residential zoning of the neighborhoods. Additionally, and this is something that Leah brought up earlier on page 27, a guiding principle is to address the educational needs of students at Bartlett Elementary School through a school expansion, through the construction of a new school facility for Pinardville's youth. Additional public space on the elementary school property could be acquired and developed for use by the children. So by putting it into the master plan, we're trying to take a decision out of the hands of voters that they have made multiple times in the past, and that we are going to take land from abutters for use by the school, and I say no thanks. On page 28, one of the principles, instead of it seems rather innocuous, but instead of making public space the leftover space, Pinardville should now make public space a part of the community's design. And I just thought this was an invitation for eminent domain. On page 29, every public space goal listed, and there were a bunch of them, every goal there requires tax dollars to accomplish the goals, likely would require taking of public land, private land and making it public. The goals will require increased number of employees. This is blueprint for massive government growth in Pinardville. The community facilities goal on page 37, it's a blueprint for tens of millions of dollars in increased taxes and increased government. I did find on page 31, the goals on page 31, I thought there was some reasonable language on that page. That was the page I liked. So, from these points, I see that this is a means to increase taxes, increase the likelihood of loss of private property, and stripping Pinardville of its character. But I want to echo something that Chris brought up earlier. Is we're not here to say no without proposing some solutions, and the solutions that we have been promised, but we do not have a final copy that we as a planning board can vote on. And I won't call them the old buzzword. It's the new buzzword is character-based development standards or something like that. Since we don't have those yet, I think the potential value of this $50,000 expenditure is selecting from what is no doubt a myriad of proposed zoning ordinance changes, selecting the ones that the people of Goffstown, selecting the ones that y'all like, and will work for our town and won't infringe upon your use of private property. One of the things that I heard in the Planapalooza was discussion of accessory dwelling units, which I loosely understand as having a mother-in-law apartment in the house, for example. And I believe at that time that's not a normally permitted activity, and you need to get a special exception for that. One of the thoughts in the Planapalooza was, well, let's make that a permitted activity. And I thought, well, that would be a good change to the zoning ordinance. So I think if we get these suggested code changes, we as a planning board with public input can look through these and identify the ones that work for Pinardville, and let's not limit ourselves to Pinardville, and find the ones that work for all of Goffstown. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Richard. Mark.
I have a question. I want to get a clarification. Did the Goffstown Industrial Corporation pull its support, its financial support for this plan? I read in the paper they did.
No, it did not. It pulled its, basically its support on the committee as active members of the committee, but it did not pull the $3,000 that they had submitted as grant match funding.
Okay, thank you.
Question for Brian.
Barbara.
Richard was referring to the code changes that it was anticipated would be part of this whole process.
Yes.
Do those changes continue regardless of what happens with this plan tonight?
Frankly, I'm not quite sure because I'm not quite sure what the impact or what the decision will be by the board tonight. And I also would like to suggest to the board that if they feel that there are concerns about this plan that they want to address, such as have been suggested tonight, that the board has that ability to make any changes they want to make and do whatever they want to do with it, because you are the elected board. You did receive this plan as a recommended plan from the committee, but that doesn't require you to adopt it as it's written. You have full right to revise it and do whatever you want with it. And my suggestion would be is if you do feel that changes are necessary to be made to this plan before it can be adopted, that you continue it and take some time and make the changes that you feel is necessary. I don't believe that you need to adopt it now. I think you can actually also make the code, the zoning ordinance changes part of the discussion if you feel that's necessary and is part of your decision-making process. You can adopt them on, you can adopt the plan even on the same night as when you do a public hearing for zoning ordinance changes. So you have a lot of options in front of you, and as the elected body of for the planning board for this town, I would suggest that you take the time to think about exactly what decision you're going to make and not be hasty. And I'd also just like to say that I do believe that a lot of the concerns about this project are based on misinformation. There has been a lot of misinformation on this project, and people have fears because of that misinformation. And to try to make a determination based on fears, I wouldn't suggest that. I would suggest that you look at it with your own expertise and your own knowledge of planning and how you work, and make that determination based on what you think is appropriate and best for the community. Now, obviously, I think we do need to listen to the community members. That's the reason why we started this project is to hear from the community. That's why we did the 5-day Planapalooza charrette, to listen to what people had to say. And, we want to further that discussion, but
Well, let me just sort of follow up to get to what I'm trying to figure out here. Richard referred to the SMART code and the accessory uses and how there are things that the ZBA addresses on a regular basis that I think some of us on the board were hoping that the piece after this might help address. And Chris was talking about how there were pieces of the plan that he thought were attractive. For example, the redesigning of the storefronts more on the storefront on the street, which makes it more attractive to walk up and down. So I hear what everybody's sort of saying. There are pieces people don't like, pieces people do like. There's sort of a summary in here that says we know that not everybody's going to like everything. But the other piece of it that I view as having, quite honestly, more of an impact is the SMART code issue. not the plan itself.
That's right.
Because this is a report, it gets used in a variety of functions. If you go to these hearings, over the course of a year, you hear people refer to the master plans when they say something that supports what they want, and when people want something that's contrary, they say, well, nothing else in the master plan has been done, so you don't need to pay any attention to it. I mean, that's the reality of any report that's used in a public forum. So I'm trying to figure out how we address this report that's before us and the SMART code, and the fact I suspect that part of this process was an attempt to get any potential zoning changes on the ballot for March of 2014, which means that we have to have those proposed changes done by when? Yes, that's my point.
Right.
Hearings for zoning are in December and January, so.
And we have to have those done before that.
Correct.
We have to start considering those no later than the beginning of November, because we have to post those for the public hearings in December, correct? Right.
Right.
So I guess my question is, I understand the work of the ad hoc committee is done with this report, is that correct?
Yes.
How was this, what was the plan for any of the SMART code drafting and implementation as to after this report?
I think the ad hoc works on that, too.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
The plan, basically as it is right now, we had anticipated multiple meetings starting soon after this planning board meeting tonight to go through the code as a committee, as an ad hoc committee, and make any recommended changes that the committee felt necessary, and to have it ready to present to planning board hopefully mid-October.
Right, so that it's underway by the beginning. Okay,
Right.
so the ad hoc committee has scheduled meetings, or would understand that there would be meetings on the SMART code after this. I'm not saying yea or nay to the report, but the
Right.
process as it was originally outlined.
Mhm.
All right. Here's my dilemma tonight, along with many things, but the thing most pertinent to what we're just talking about is this plan and zoning changes. Because I heard a speaker sort of towards the end talk about how Pinardville feels dumped on, and this plan is very threatening. And I think it was one of the reasons that the plan, that the application was done to do a plan for Pinardville, because I think Town Hall has heard that from Pinardville residents before, that they sort of get stuck with everything, and what can we do to help that? And that was an attempt to do this, I think. Whether people agree with that was the outcome or not, it's my recollection that's how this started.
Right.
And one of the people here from town said, but obviously, as Richard pointed out, the whole school, the Bartlett school thing, for people who have lived in town, I mean, Bartlett has undergone, I mean, that one piece of land has probably generated more discussion than any other piece of land in town as to what's going to happen with it for the school. And representations made that there'd never be any more work done on it, and now more work. I mean, that, if we just talk about that lot, that sort of compresses all the issues in regards to what do you do. Because I remember being at the first meeting at the thing in the center, and somebody talking about how something has to be done with Bartlett School to improve it, and I was sort of sitting there going, what are you talking about? Because of the issues with the land around it and that kind of thing. So I would like to continue, I would like to see some code work done. I think some of the ideas, and that's what goes to the voters. So if there was a zoning change for accessory uses, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with that, but that's part of how you're getting the work done, right? Okay. I don't particularly like everything in this report. I don't think I particularly liked everything in, what was the master plan chapter, the energy chapter? I didn't particularly like everything in that. My preference tonight would be to accept the report and thank the ad hoc committee for their work on it. I think that formalizes the presentation of the report. It doesn't make it any more or less binding than the energy chapter that I think it was actually pretty much this board that voted on. I would like the ad hoc committee to work on the smart code provisions, and if they decide after this meeting that doesn't make sense, then to hear about it. But I guess I'd like to see the pieces that some people seem to think were okay find its way into zoning. For example, a change in the regulations that would allow a developer of an already developed lot to make changes to the front of the building, to move parking to the back, that wouldn't require coming in front of this board for special exceptions or variance, not this board, a zoning board. Because there are some things that I think would be good to occur, not necessarily because they're from this plan. And I guess that's what I have to say, because the other thing that I have to say was I wanted to say one other thing, because I know that there's a lot of input on this. Many years ago in town, there was a proposal that got a lot of people excited, and they formed their own committee. It had no town funding. It had no vote to create it, and that was just a group of citizens who got together, formed a committee, did some work, and ultimately it did become a town committee, but only after a few years of doing work completely independently. And it was the Solid Waste Commission in regards to when there was an incinerator proposed in town. And as part of the work of that committee, Surratt Field was ultimately done. That committee worked very hard on some of that with DPW. I would hope that this committee accepts this report, and that if there are citizens who would like to work on this report, that they be invited to do so. Because part of the comments that I heard tonight, and I tried to write them down, is that if we were to rewrite this report as Mr. Yeaton suggested, or Phil has commented we could do, I would have a hard time knowing what's in this report that people would like changed. That's separate from whether or not the report should exist at all because of the HUD arguments. So that's my comment.
Phil, what's up?
Well, there were two things I wanted to, points that I wanted to make. One in follow-up on what Barbara mentioned about some of the zoning changes as far as she mentioned about the storefront. One of the other things that over the years, many business owners have been frustrated is they wanted to add something small to their business, basically to benefit their customers, not something that they were generating a tremendous amount of money on. And whenever they came into the planning department, it was that they had to do an updated site plan. And a lot of people, as soon as they hear that, they just think about the dollars that they have to do for an updated site plan versus what they want to put in, the small items that they want to put in. And they just get frustrated about it, especially if they hear that somebody else, someplace else, went and just did it without getting, going through the process. So some of those types of changes, small changes, as we saw with storefront change at Sully's, for example, how we waived a formal site plan on that. So if somebody wanted to make a small change that the planning department could look at and determine that it's not really a substantive type of change that required the big formality, that would help them to do some changes. The other thing I wanted to point out is that what was brought up by Richard, the statements that were in there, part of when I mentioned about the plan, a lot of those things that are in there could be taken out that people aren't comfortable with. I mean, I agree with some of the the things that you mentioned. I didn't want to go through and make my whole list of specific things, because then everybody makes their points and there'd be nothing left. There's things that, like it says in here, there's some things that I think don't make sense. There are some things that are good, and we all have our own perspectives on it. But I think Barbara's point of perhaps some of the fear and the intimidation that people are feeling about this is the issue. And I mean, Brian brought up the other plan that's up here in the village, and I mean, I have to say, Brian, I have to say the difference between that plan and this plan is that people feel threatened. I don't think people felt threatened by that plan, so that makes a difference in it. And I think for any plan to be a good plan or halfway good plan, you can't have it won't work if people feel intimidated or threatened by it. So, if we do accept this plan, just all we're doing is accept. It's not. There's a difference between acceptance and adoption. Okay, we're just accepting what the committee brought forward. Whether or not you formally do it or not, that's besides the point. But the plan, what's brought forward can be modified.
Mark?
Yeah, as Phil said, there are a number of issues that each of us has with this plan, and if we all carved out what we didn't like, there'd be nothing left, which probably would be a good thing. But because that, in fact, in the foreword, the very first page, it says, this project was undertaken with the generous financial support of the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I mean, that's a joke. How can you say the generous financial support? It was taken forcibly from taxpayers. There's nothing generous about those agencies giving us the money. So what I'd like to, I don't see how we can possibly endorse this, because there are a number of references to smart code in this. And as Barbara pointed out, we don't even know what's in the smart code. That's a future document.
You have to pass it to know what's in it.
You have to pass before you can know what's in it.
I've heard that before.
So when we're done with comments, I'd be happy to make a motion if you'd entertain one.
I just wanted to say something also for a second. I think you're right that if we do send this back to the ad hoc committee and we make some changes on it, which we certainly can, I think we will end up with nothing. And that's a lot of work to go through. We've already gone through enough, and frankly, I think I've gotten to see enough of it at this point. There was 11 or 12 of us, 13 of us on that ad hoc committee. Everybody was taking a swing at or a bite at the apple, and this is what we came up with. So I don't know how much better it's going to be if we send it back and keep reworking this thing. The other problem that I have with accepting it as again, we have this document. We have this in our possession. There are some great things in here. There are some not so great things in here. The problem that remains is the contract. And I think that is what bothers most of the people in opposition to this plan in the entirety is the contract that's left. Because, after after we're all gone and nobody remembers what the meeting said, all we have are the words that are left. And the words are in that contract. And I think that in itself is probably the main focus of the problem that everyone has with this. So,
are you referring to the grant contract?
No, the fulfillment grant, the fulfillment of the zoning of the contract of accepting this document. The folks want this ended now because they don't want this. This is my interpretation of what I'm hearing. Is they want this ended now because they don't want it to ever resurface again and hold us. Excuse me, folks. And hold us to any contract, and that is it. We can do this as a planning board and as a community. We can do this ourselves. We can take these great ideas and make Pinardville, and we can put them forward to Pinardville and the rest of Goffstown to see if they're acceptable. But I think the problem really keeps going down to that contract, and because in that contract there are some things in there that I got to say I don't think are that good for us, and so that's I'm still listening. I want to hear everything, and I've been kind of quiet on my position on this. I've gone through the entire process.
John, isn't it true that there's no ownership to this plan really? It's not copyrighted. That's part of the application, I believe, the grant application, that it can't be copyrighted. So the consultants don't own it. It's out there in the blogosphere. It's available online for anybody in the future who wants to reference it, regardless of whether we reject it or not.
That's correct.
Okay.
Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions and then comments. Regarding the ad hoc committee, I recognize that membership of the ad hoc committee included people who are already members of other duly appointed or elected committees, such as a selectman representative, economic development council representative, planning board representative, planning and zoning officer. The community members, did they get appointment letters from the selectmen?
Yes.
Did they take an oath?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The comment, my preference that we do not accept this plan in any shape or form has nothing to do with HUD. I read the document, and I think the document describing the requirements of the grant is online. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes.
Yes.
I read the document. It describes the requirements that the town has to meet, and none of those requirements that is tied to future action, future money. In fact, as I understand it, the document, the way the town gets the money is it gets reimbursed as it achieves certain steps in this plan. Basically, the way you read it.
As we spend the money, we submit it to the granting agency, and we ask for the reimbursement.
Okay, so there's there was some fear earlier of having to pay it back, or some desire to pay it back, and as I see it, we've played by the rules and submitted for reimbursement, achieved reimbursement. The town's doing all that, so my decision tonight to say no to this plan will have nothing to do with HUD, because we have followed the letter of the contract, and that's the contract with the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, as opposed to your definition of the contract, which is this. This is a contract in accordance with. If we were to adopt it, that would be a contract with the town for 674-2 that says, yeah, this is what we're going to base our future rules and regulations on. So that's a different contract that I don't want. And I got to say, is I'd love to charge that ad hoc committee with find the codes that will benefit the people in this town, and those are the ones that will get the support. If we have 60 or 70 people show up to say, we like these codes, it's going to make a difference here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, can I just, one statement. You asked a question about the oaths of the ad hoc committee members that had been put onto the committee. There were two committee members that never did get sworn in, but those two committee members, one of them showed up to the very first meeting and never showed up again, and another one removed herself from the committee. So,
thank you. Chris, I just want to make sure that I'm listening to everything right. So we can basically vote this down tonight, but we can also take and pick out the 1 page or 2 pages, whatever it is. I heard strong support for like the ice house area and some economic stuff, but we can put some things to change the zoning. So if funds are ever available in the future, just to change the zoning on a couple of very small aspects, we can do that to go before the ballot in March. We would have time.
What funds are you talking about?
I'm just saying, if someone, let's just say you're going to put the ice house area as a park. Well, that would obviously take money to do that. So I'm not saying to do it. I'm saying that we could change the zoning to do that. Some of the commercial aspect, the economic aspect, we could just take and have some regulations to change the zoning, cut some of the red tape that we could work on very small, pinpointed things as a solution for the town. Get rid of this, but just some small solutions that we could try to bring up for the ballot next year, right?
We're
That's a
open.
possibility.
Yeah, we're open. We can do it.
Sure.
We're open to do what we like to do. We don't need to follow a contract. We can do it ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just from my novice impression of how zoning changes work, I didn't know this before I got to the planning board, but all the zoning changes that the voters see on the ballot, they get there one of two ways. One is that it can be by petition, and the other is that it comes from a recommendation of the planning board. So let's say we get 100 different proposed zoning changes from the ad hoc committee. We can look at those, and if we like what they say and vote for all 100 of them as a planning board, then they would go to the ballot. If we like 3 of them and reject the other 97, well, those 3 would go to the voters on the ballot. So we do have the opportunity to do that as a planning board.
Yes, we can. And I've also heard the suggestion of returning the grant money. I don't think that's a good idea. We've accepted it. It's done. We fulfilled our obligation. Save that $50,000 and do something really good for the town with it. There's plenty of other things that we can do, or don't spend it at all. The fact is that I think it would be a mistake if we ever even suggested, or anybody suggested, to give that back, because I don't even know if they could take it back at this point. But I've heard it said, and I just wanted to clarify.
I think it's already spent.
It's in Tennessee.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. It's in Tennessee, right? So it's gone. And we got better things to do with $50,000 than give it back to somebody of our money. Any other questions, comments? Motions.
If you'll entertain a motion, I move that the planning board reject this Plan Pinardville amendment to the master plan and any official reference to this document in all of its versions as proposed by the ad hoc committee and the consultants.
I'll second
We
the
have a
motion.
motion, and we have a second on the floor. Want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I don't want to give any idea to the general public that we sort of half-heartedly or tacitly endorse this just by saying it's a reference document. I want to reject it outright.
Question? If I could ask the motion to be read again, because I think I have a question about particular wording, but I wasn't sure what it was.
Great, thank you. I move that the planning board reject this Plan Pinardville amendment to the master plan and any official reference to this document in all of its versions as proposed by the ad hoc committee and the consultants.
I'm going to vote against that motion, and I continue to say that I think we should accept it and thank the the ad hoc committee for their work on it. That doesn't mean I think it should be adopted as part of the master plan. That would be a different motion. Your motion rejects the plan, which to me puts it in legal limbo, because on the one hand, we're saying we have the plan, but on the other hand, you're saying you reject it. And somehow that it's out on the blog, it's out on the internet, so it's there, but we don't have to have it. Quite honestly, I wonder whether that becomes an issue in regards to doing a document and saying we want to do this document, but now we reject it in its entirety. So I have a problem with the language. The other thing is that you also state in the motion that you don't want to refer to it in any manner. I think that I don't understand the purpose of that point. We've just had dialogue about how some parts of this plan we like, so that if we happen to think that preserving residential neighborhoods adjacent to Mass Road and provide regulations that will keep the residential character of those neighbors intact comes up, does that mean I can't bring it up? Because that's clearly a reference to page 39 and a comment on the resources of Pinardville. I think that motion is overbroad and has some complications that I don't think anybody should be in favor of.
I'd be happy to amend that to remove the part that says, and any official reference to this document, if you'd vote for it.
We have a...
Frankly, Mark, if the motion that was made first was to accept it with thanks to the ad hoc committee, I would vote for that motion. And then if the second motion was just a simple motion to not adopt it as part of the master plan, then I would have voted for that motion. But I am not here to make sweeping statements on what might or might be. I think that is simply the work of this committee is to decide whether it should be part of the master plan or not. And I think that when you start to make it more complicated than that, it gets dangerous, and I can't vote for it.
Can I, we have a second, and I'd like Richard to comment on his second, please.
I appreciate what Barbara has said, and you know, it makes me think if we were to make a motion to thank the ad hoc committee for their work on this plan, period, and then perhaps a subsequent motion to say that we move that the planning board not adopt the planned Pinardville community plan as an amendment to our master plan, that might be more suitable, I think.
Right.
Maybe we want to go that way.
Yeah, I like that wording.
I like
I'll be happy to rescind, I guess, my motion.
Sure.
If you want to
He pulls his second, so you can change your, you can amend your motion.
I move that we thank the ad hoc committee for their work to produce the planned Pinardville community plan under discussion tonight.
I'll second it.
We've got a motion from Richard, seconded by Barbara. Say that again, to thank.
I move that we thank the Planned Pinardville ad hoc committee for their work in developing and submitting the Planned Pinardville community plan that is under discussion tonight.
Simple enough. Any, want to speak to your motion? You're all set on that one? Any other questions, comments? Let's take a vote on that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 7-0.
I'd like to make a motion that that we not adopt the Planned Pinardville community plan as an amendment to our master plan.
Second.
Motion from Richard, seconded from Mark. Want to speak to your motion?
I have said enough.
Okay. Mark, you want to say something to your motion? Second. Any questions, comments? Take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 7-0.
Now, Brian, for clarification, I understand with the passage of that motion, does the smart code work continue or not?
According to the grant contract, it should.
I'm not entirely convinced that it does.
Well, we asked for, in the grant, we asked for the ability to do the plan and base the smart code on the plan. However, if the plan is not adopted, then I think the assumption could be made that the smart code could stop at this point. I think the assumption could be made also that if the planning board wants to still continue with that, on a separate and base it somehow on you have to base your zoning ordinance on your master plan. And if your master plan somehow still supports the smart code, then the planning board can determine whether or not to continue working on something of that nature. But the point was that the plan would then feed the ability to adopt a smart code that referenced the plan, and the reason why the code was done is because of the prior work of the plan.
Right.
So
I don't think you can do it.
Richard?
My understanding is that the community-based development ordinance is still a deliverable by the contractor, correct?
It's already been delivered.
So we have it so that if we as a planning board wanted to work with whatever they delivered, we can do that and pick and choose what we like, modify, add, subtract, or just throw it out entirely, right?
Yes.
As a planning board.
As a planning
Yes,
board.
as a planning board.
Okay.
Anything else? I'm good. Okay, we're good.
What are you going to do with the folks on CIP?
Right, just as a point of information, I think our internal rules by which this board operates say that we're supposed to finish by 11 o'clock.
Right.
So we need to either move to waive the rules or something and keep going all night, or quickly finish up and add it on to the next meeting or something.
Motion to suspend the rules to continue the meeting.
Motion to suspend the rules from Richard. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Let me, Phil seconded it?
Can I just make a comment?
Yes.
I do think the board should vote on CIP tonight, as the selectmen are working on budget very soon. So if the planning board doesn't submit that to the selectmen, then it's just going to delay things.
Right. Is there anyone here to hear the CIP presentation? Is there anyone here to hear the CIP presentation? You are?
I am.
You are. I am. I got all dressed up today. Took a shower and everything.
Hey, you're looking good. Looking dapper there.
Well, don't vote for my motion. But Phil and I are going to vote. Shocking. I hope.
They can't continue working on the smart code, and I think you just screw yourself on doing it anyway. Because I think the application now becomes fraud, because you submitted the documentation for the plan. Well, you didn't reject it, because I think you're all right for that. If you're going to just read it.
Yeah. address it. To suspend the rules.
Before we address the motion to suspend the rules, I want to clarify that.
There you go.
Before we address the motion to suspend the rules that should have sent us all home 15 minutes ago, I want to clarify as to what is needed for action tonight, because there are two other action items on our agenda in addition to the CIP. So are there also there is action needed on those two items also? So I
Please.
guess before the board
Yes.
makes any vote on a motion, I want everybody to understand that it is not just CIP before you.
They should be quick items, but yes.
We do have a motion on the floor, and the motion is to suspend the rules to continue our meeting past 11 o'clock.
Until when? I want everybody to know that.
Any suggestions when you would like to?
11:30.
I got to read fast.
Midnight. Midnight.
12 o'clock, midnight. 40.
I'll amend my motion to suspend the rules to allow us to meet until 12.
12.
And I'll keep my second.
Okay. Thank you. That's 43 minutes.
We got to vote first.
Let's take a vote.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Good. 7-0. We're all still here. Good. What do you think? CIP first, or you want to take care of these?
Let's do CIP.
CIP, okay. And there's no one here from CIP that wants, okay. This is going to be a CIP introduction. This report was prepared for September 12, 2013 Planning Board public hearing. In accordance with State and New Hampshire RSA Section 674:5, the CIP Committee is authorized to prepare and amend a recommended program of municipal capital improvement projects projected over a period of at least 6 years. Section 674:6 pertains to the purpose and description of the capital improvement program. Projects are classified according to urgency and need for realization. Costs and sources of income are detailed in order to create the matrix. The program is based on information submitted by departments and agencies of the municipality, taking into account public needs indicated by the prospective development shown in the master plan, or as permitted by other municipal land use controls. Section 674:7 outlines procedures and requirements pertaining to the actual preparation for a CIP program. Finally, 674:8 states whenever a CIP committee prepares a capital improvement program under RSA 674:7, it shall submit its recommendations for the current year to the Selectmen and the Budget Committee for consideration as part of the annual budget. The role of the CIP committee is an advisory one. The committee accepts capital improvement requests from department heads, town utility commissions, and the school board. All requests are evaluated to ensure master plan priorities are met and the health, safety, and welfare needs of the town are considered and addressed. When considering requests, the committee attempts to prioritize proposed improvements while evenly spreading and associated costs over the next 6 years in an attempt to prevent unnecessarily large tax fluctuations. At this time, I would like to thank all the members of the CIP committee for their time and patience in preparing a matrix for review this evening. Community at-large member and Vice Chairman Earl Carroll, Selectmen's Representative Alan Brown, School Board Representative Hank Boyle, and Alternative Representative Sue Tremblay, Budget Committee Member Brian Fournier, and Community at-large Representatives Peter Georgantis and Gail Lebrecq. I would also like to thank the Town of Goffstown department heads and all the members of the community who made presentations at to this committee. Last year, the net town total proposed to the CIP committee was $6,890,208. The Planning Board approved the CIP recommended amount of $5,988,000 and $17. Last year, the net school total proposed to the CIP committee was $17,870,179. This was proposed to be a bond article and was to be spent over a 2-year period. The Planning Board approved a CIP recommended amount of $17,870,179. This year, the committee was faced with a backlog of vehicles and projects that were denied in the past few years. These decisions have created a snowball effect within the matrix, making it extremely difficult to decide which requests should be moved out and which requests should be forwarded in an effort to meet the goals of the master plan. The police department requested the usual 3 replacement patrol cars. Replacement of rooftop HVAC units was also requested. These vehicles were all kept in the matrix by the CIP committee. The fire department has requested a new engine 1 with forestry truck to replace the 1968 unit now in service. The department also requested $150,000 be raised to support a capital reserve fund for future purchases of fire apparatus. The fire department is also requesting a bond article to fund fire station upgrades in all 3 stations. The project amount is $4,563,000, but with $88,639 in offsetting revenues from impact fees. This brings the bond total to $4,474,361. The Public Works Director submitted worksheets for 10 vehicles this year. 4 of them were moved out of the matrix. Capital project submissions for this year were also considered. 5 projects were submitted, none were moved out. They are the road plan, the Pleasant Street Bridge replacement, the reconstruction of Maple Avenue and Tyler Drive detention ponds, and the Uncanunic Dam, and the new Boston Road Bridge deck replacement design. The Parks and Recreation Director submitted no requests for new vehicles, but did submit 1 capital improvement project request for 2014. That project is for the Barnard Pear land to build some ball fields there. They want to fully fund phase 1 of that project with recreation impact fees. Administration submitted requests for 4 capital improvement projects. The ADA lift and the Town Hall Revenue Collection Office were split, and the ADA lift was kept in 2014 while the Revenue Collection Office was moved out to 2015. The Town Master Plan update was kept in as well as a server virtualization project. The Grassmere Town Hall residing project was moved out as well. The library made 1 submission that was left in the matrix for the repair and painting of the library exterior. The Solid Waste Commission made no request of CIP this year, but the bond article for the landfill closure remains in place and will be paid off in 2017. Sewer Commission, Village Water Precinct, and Grassmere Precinct, all of the above departments are user-funded, and they may obtain federal or state grants for projects. Their reports are in the matrix. Historic District Commission, Conservation Commission, and Planning and Economic Development Commission made no requests. School Administration, the performance upgrade at Bartlett and Maple Avenue schools will continue until 2015. The school department represented the Maple Avenue and Bartlett Elementary School renovation request. They pushed this project out and will not be requesting that the voters approve a bond this year, but will return next year for that request. The school total requested for the year was $1,286,730, with offsetting revenues in the amount of $225,345, bringing a total requested to $1,061,385. That's $794,000 of which is listed as current debt service on an existing bond. In conclusion, on the town side, the CIP committee began with a request totaling $10,506,320 and ended with the request totaling $9,848,160. However, with bonds and other offsetting revenues, the total requested number is $5,075,160. On the school side, the CIP committee began with a request totaling $1,286,730 $730, with offsetting revenues in the amount of $225,345, bringing the total requested to $1,061,385. The committee is recommending that amount be as presented. Respectfully submitted, John Heichel, CIP Chairman, 2013. Richard, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In two instances in the report, and I'd be wrong to not first thank you for doing the CIP committee so we didn't have to. So thank you, and to the rest of your committee. The two instances of the report, it states the planning board approved the CIP recommended amount of, and then fill in the blank with the numbers. What the planning board actually did last year, it was a motion made and approved that the planning board recommends that the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee use the matrix from the CIP committee in preparation of the annual budget. And that motion passed. So there was no approval of an amount, but that was the motion from last year. And I'm reading that right from the minutes. And that probably indicates where we're going to go tonight, perhaps.
Any other questions?
As I read the statute, we don't even have to do anything on this, though, right? We're not required to act by statute.
We're not required to act, no. I just wanted, we presented it to the town. It's going to go to the Budget Committee from here, and they'll make plenty of changes, I'm sure. Any motions you'd like to?
I'd recommend that we don't do anything with it. We haven't had the benefit of hearing all their department presentations and such, and I don't think it's our position to opine on these numbers.
We had that discussion last year, which is why we ended up with the motion that we did last year.
Yep, sounds like deja vu.
The discussion, I think, included the part about the CIP committee being a subcommittee of the planning board, and that the planning board ultimately is kind of responsible based on that fact to submit it to the selectmen.
And Gail captured all that in the minutes last year.
Right.
Just reading those. Good job.
So is that your motion?
Which motion?
What you read?
With
the current amounts?
Maybe Brian could do it again.
No, I don't think I can do it again. Why don't you go ahead and run with it?
Well, because I might not vote for it. So I'll allow someone else to do that motion if they want to make a motion.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, Barbara.
Was there any discussion about the impact of the total increase? There was, in the report, in regards to the summary, essentially what I heard was we put off a lot of things and now they're coming here, essentially vehicles, that's one of, a biggie. And sort of have to look at these and read the memos to understand what comes in and what comes out. So if I read this right, the total increase for funding, that funding that's going to be required is fairly substantial from last year. So could you say in general how the committee made a determination as to what would be moved out? Because quite honestly, part of me wants to say, when you're at this big an increase, why did you bother to move anything out? Because another, frankly, few $100,000 isn't going to make much of a difference in this dollar amount change. So how did that end up happening?
Well, how did it happen? We had meetings and everybody, we listened to the department heads who know what they're requesting more than us. We asked them questions, and I think we accepted what they were saying, knowing that that's what they do, but the next step is the selectmen and the budget committee. appreciate what you're saying. Sometimes it's,
Mr. Chair, can I say just one thing, too? If you look at the out years, not just 2014, you're going to see that it's a pretty even spread. It actually increases slightly as you go out, but you're talking a combined net town and school total of $6,794,000, or I'm sorry, that was proposed, $6,136,545, and then it jumps to $7 million for the next couple of years, $7.5 million, and it jumps to $8.5 million one year, then back down to $7 million. So you're talking about a severe increase because of things have been bottlenecked for so long that now it's creating this need to bump up to another level for an extended number of years. It's not just a severe bump up for 1 year and then bump back down. It's a bump up and hold. So I don't know how easy it will be to dig out of that hole.
Okay.
It will be as easy as the committees that get this want it to be.
And I move that we forward it to those committees without comment.
We have a motion on the floor. Brian has a motion, seconded by Phil. Want to speak to that motion?
I think it speaks for itself. I think that it's in good hands with the selectmen and the budget committee.
Yep. Do you want to speak to the motion? Do you want
Not to the
comment
motion, just to, I guess we'll let the motion
we
go
have
and then I'll make it my comment. It's separate. Well, I don't know, whatever the procedure is.
We have a motion and a second. So
We have a motion and a second, yeah. If it's not about the motion, then we need to vote. All in favor of that motion from Brian, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Abstained?
I abstain.
I abstain too.
Yeah.
So 4 yeses and 3 abstentions. And the abstentions take the position of the majority.
I guess the only thing.
You can ask a question now, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The, just being new to this and then seeing the increases that we have, and clearly the increases aren't going away anytime soon on a much smaller scale. I know when my household met increases like this, my household cut out things that I wanted but didn't need anymore. And I would just like to say that.
It is interesting.
Well, we need to attend the selectmen's meetings and the budget committee meetings.
I agree.
And
I know I can't do anything, it was just my comment.
I know, but that's what everyone needs to do.
Yeah, I agree.
And they didn't come to the CIP meetings either.
Right.
So we were left.
Right. People don't
We were left hearing what the department heads needed.
Yep.
Okay, so that's that for the CIP.
So the vote again was
403. 403.
Okay.
And if I wanted to make sure this came on at 12, I could ask, and why did you abstain and then pressured?
Abstain at least once, I think.
Let's see. Let's take care of some action items. How's that? Request for review and comment to the selectmen regarding an application for building permit from Edward Schooneman to insulate the interior of the existing cabin at 61 Incline Avenue, a Class 6 road. Action needed.
Did
Brian?
we get anything on this?
This was in your packet, yes.
What?
I didn't, there was another thing about acceptance of some bonds and release of a bond that you didn't get in your packet until
Yeah.
on the table tonight. But this one was in there. So basically, this is Edward Schoonman at 61 Incline Ave is looking for a building permit, if you can even call it that, It's to insulate,
Okay.
insulate the existing cabin, and that does require a quote-unquote building permit, but it's, for all intents and purposes, not creating additional structure or anything like that. It's just insulating. But Mr. Schoenman lives at this residence at 61 Incline Ave, and in order to get a permit, the RSAs require that any permit on a Class 6 road needs to go before the selectmen and receive approval by the selectmen in order to be approved. And they also have to sign a waiver of municipal liability, which he has done, and it's attached to this. And it also requires that the application be submitted to the planning board, and the planning board be afforded the ability to review and comment to the selectmen prior to them making their decision. So this is your opportunity.
Make a motion that we recommend to the selectmen to approve it.
Second that.
Okay, motion from Rich, second from Brian.
I got a few questions.
Phil?
Okay, this says it's to insulate a cabin, and it says 397 square feet. Is this you say he lives there, is it a cabin? Is this a seasonal dwelling right now? Is that how it's on a tax roll?
I don't know the condition of the tax records, but I can get that information before it goes to the selectmen for approval. What I do know is that he stated to me that he does live there year-round. So my assumption is that whether it's been insulated or not, he's been utilizing it for, I'm not sure how long time, as a full year-round dwelling unit.
The tax card is attached to the packet you gave us. So it has heat. What else does it need to be around? Water and sewer, right?
I'm not sure if there will be any kind of determination. I mean, but if you're looking at the tax card and it doesn't have a separate note stating whether it's a seasonal dwelling or not, then
It says style, camp.
Buildings are assessed differently.
but I don't know if you can make a determination of a camp house not being used year-round either. I know that's probably the prior way that they were considered, but there are a lot of camp houses all throughout Goffstown that are used year-round, so I don't know.
I understand that, and I understand the selectmen have to deal with this. This ultimately goes to them. But I'm looking at the picture on the assessing card. I'm looking at the style of the camp. I'm familiar with Incline Ave, and being a year-round resident there would be difficult at best. And I'm not commenting on the insulation one way or another, but my concern is that, I mean, that you're creating a full-time residence, and that's a different thing than doing a building permit. That's just what I'm trying to clarify, and Brian, you don't have that information, and I guess, is this going before the Board of Selectmen at their next meeting, right? Because you got the application in August. Okay, okay.
Did the building inspector have any comment on this?
The building inspector would not approve of any permit until after the selectman goes through and gives their okay.
Such a low, I guess.
It should be a lot lower.
We have a motion on the floor.
We do, with a second.
Is there any more questions on that or comments on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstaining, I don't have enough information.
1 no,
That's
5
why
1 1.
I purposely did it for that reason. We're even, once again.
Next. Request to release road bond for a Holly Street extension for $70,536.82 and accept a maintenance bond for its, in its place for $7,053.68. Brian.
Okay, this is a bond release and acceptance of a maintenance guarantee for the Holly Street extension. That was a just very small portion of a roadway that was extended last year, and the selectmen accepted the roadway improvements on June 10th of this year, and once the roadway improvements have been accepted by the selectmen, it's the planning board's job to basically, accept a maintenance bond for a 2-year period. So I'm putting that before you to release the original bond that was for the performance bond for the construction of the improvements, and then to accept a 2-year maintenance bond to replace that, and that would be good for a 2-year period until June 10th of 2015. The maintenance bond amount is 10% of the original bond, and that would be an amount of $7,053.68. The original existing bond was $70,536.82 and is proposed to be released back to the surety provider. Those would be my recommendations to the board.
Okay. Comment, Phil.
Brian, do you have a copy of the minutes from when the selectmen accepted that?
I do not, and I know that last time you had asked me to do that, and I failed to do that, but I do recall that the minutes do reflect that the selectmen accepted that road with no encroachments. Is that sufficient?
Subject to there be no encroachment.
Subject to there being no encroachments.
We have no documentation in front of us that says that there are no encroachments.
No, but I do recall the meeting that when you accepted it, you accepted it with that caveat.
No, I understand, but we don't know if, at this point, if there's no encroachments.
Right now, unless someone came in after the selectmen accepted the road, I don't know. I haven't asked the Department of Public Works to go back out there. Normally, this would have been a routine thing to do this right after the acceptance of the roadway. However, it took me this long to actually get the bond from the developer, because
Right, you've gotta have the new
sometimes it's difficult once they're done and gone to get them to do things. And so this is the timing that I'm given.
Phil.
I understand what you're saying, but if the Board of Selectmen accepted it subject to there being no encroachments, and that was back in January, and here we are.
June.
At this,
June 10th. This was accepted in June 10th, 2013.
Okay. I was looking at Alex's letter.
Yeah,
original letter that-
Alex wrote the memo that
January.
long ago, but it didn't get accepted by the board until June. That's again part of the difficulty of dealing with
I
people once they're
understand.
gone.
And if we accepted it subject to be no, for the reduction, subject to be, to no encroachments, somebody has to go out there, and there's some way it has to be assured that there's no encroachments.
Is that what the punch list item, I sort of feel like I'm listening to a discussion about a cloud I know nothing about. What is the encroachment, was there an encroachment issue with this? That you're just not sure, a particular issue that you're not sure if it's been resolved?
The way we've been doing lately is accepting the roads subject to make sure there's no encroachments, because what happens is Alex's letter is January. It comes to us in June. That's 6 months later. Things could have been put into the right-of-ways between January and June.
Okay.
So we accept it subject to no. Now we're being asked to reduce it, to do the bond. Has there been anything to verify that there's no encroachment?
So we can move to accept the reduction in bond, subject to
Subject to,
verification being received by the planning department from DPW that there are no encroachments on the Holly Street extension.
I'll
second yeah.
Good one.
Well said.
Was that a motion?
It is now, it was now,
It's
yeah.
been seconded.
Done.
Good motion. Okay, want to speak to that motion? Questions, comments, vote? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 7-0.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.